Chapter 46-21. That day, when he broke through and achieved the 7th level of cultivation, when he returned to Nishan realm to reunite with his parents and wife, his 2 children, Duan Niantian and Duan Xiling, were wandering outside. Later, they waited until they came back, and finally followed him to the land left by the gods. They were also the first to ask to venture outside. As his children, they regard him as an idol, especially after knowing that the Nishan realm Duan Lingtian announced in Tiando's text is their father. They are like chicken blood. They all want to walk a legendary road and prove to the world that a tiger father has no dog sons, and a tiger father has no dog daughters. Speaking of which, the reason why his wives wanted to make a fortune in the future was because of the influence of the 2 youngsters, and they all felt that they could not be compared by the younger generation. For a while, it made him a lonely man. Of course, they are all in the new land of gods that has been transformed into the small world in his body. If he wants to meet them, he can do so at any time, so they are allowed to go. As long as they are happy. Father, has Xiling asked you for help? Duan Lingtian never expected that his son Duan Niantian's first words would be like this when his Law of Time avatar arrived at the scene for the first time. This kid, is he still competing with his sister? No. Duan Lingtian didn't care whether to hit this kid or not, because he had heard that in those years when he was not around, he was the most jumpy kid, and he had experienced life and death several times. As for the reason why he did this, his own mother Li Fei also told Duan Lingtian that he was not reconciled to being inferior to his sister in strength. Speaking of his daughter Duan Xiling, under the arrangement of his master Feng Qingyang, she experienced a baptism of the Law of Time, so that she has a deep knowledge of the Law of Time. In terms of cultivation, his son is not weaker than his daughter, but in terms of comprehension of the law, it is much worse. There's none? Hearing his father's words, Duan Niantian couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Now Duan Niantian has already grown up, with a tall and straight figure, sword eyebrows and star eyes. Between 6 or 7 points of the brows is similar to Duan Lingtian, and the rest is similar to his mother Li Fei. Who are you? Seeing the strange appearance of the purple-clothed youth, several people besieged and killed Duan Niantian. Their faces changed, and their eyes showed fear, because they didn't know how the other party appeared. What does that mean? It means that the opponent's strength is likely to be far above them. Didn't you hear what he called me? Duan Lingtian glanced at them lightly, raised his hand casually, the void shook, their movements froze, their mouths that hadn't closed in time seemed unable to close anymore. Then, several people's bodies shook, and they were rapidly aging visible to the naked eye. The middle-aged people turned into old people, and the old people turned into mummy. In the next moment, the mummy turned into dust and scattered, and the old man also experienced the second change of mummy and dust, and disappeared in smoke. Under the blessing of the domineering Law of Time, the few people who were still alive quickly aged and even died, turning into dust in the long river of time. Under Duan Lingshan's Law of Time, the so-called eternal life seems to have become a joke. Certainly. Duan Lingtian was able to achieve this step, most importantly because the strength of the few people was much worse than him. If it were a Xian, even if it was only the bottom of the Xian's first level, he would not be able to do this step. The Law of Time. Seeing his father's attack, Duan Niantian's face became more and more bitter. He knew that his father was best at the law of space, but now he deliberately used the Law of Time. Is this meant to remind him that he can't possibly match up to his sister? After all, what his sister is good at is the Law of Time. It's also because Duan Lingtian doesn't know what his son is thinking now, otherwise he would definitely kick him on the spot. He is the avatar of the Law of Time. Besides the Law of Time, what laws can he use? I know you are so strong, you always want to compare with your sister. Although he doesn't know what his son is thinking now, Duan Lingtian is clear about his desire to compare himself with his daughter, but what I want to say is, don't lower your horizons so low. To compare, just compare with your father and me. Compared to your sister, what kind of ability and man are you? Your sister's attainment in the Law of Time is due to chance. Now that you have the supreme godhead I gave you, you will be able to catch up with her in the law sooner or later. The gap between you will only become smaller and smaller. In the journey of cultivation, the most taboo is to be fast in one discipline, and steady is the kingly way. As for Duan Yintian, it was okay to hear his father's previous words, but when he heard the last sentence, his eyes couldn't help but become weird. Steady? His father, at how old he is now, is standing on top of a group of old antiques. As far as he is concerned, is he ashamed to mention steady? Okay, you can continue your training, I'll go see your sister. Seeing his son's strange gaze, Duan Lingtian waved his hand impatiently, then sensed the position of his daughter Duan Xiling and passed. When he found his daughter, Duan Lingtian found that she was cultivating in an inn in a city. The surroundings were quiet and there was no danger. Seeing this, he looked satisfied. It was his daughter who reassured him. He didn't show up, just waited quietly for a while, and then left. If the daughter really wanted to be in danger, she would naturally crush the jade slips he gave her. When Duan Lingshan's Law of Time avatar returned to Xia's house, his deity also learned what happened after he left in the communication with the senior brothers and senior sisters from the inner palace of Wanfa Academy. Not long after he left the god-defying realm and went to a place outside the realm, the elder sister Huangfu Menyuan came back, took away 2 senior brothers, and took them to a place outside the realm. The younger junior sister is left alone to guard the line of the inner palace. Although this time was the first time meeting with the senior sister Huangfu Menyuan, after some exchanges after getting to know each other, he still couldn't help but sigh how enchanting this senior sister is. Although she is a daughter, her talent is not inferior to that of a man, and the opportunities are not bad, otherwise it would be difficult to achieve such achievements at such an age. Among the most powerful people in the Nishan realm, the world lord Xiao Mubai is considered young, and he once set a record as the youngest half-step world venerable in the Nishan realm. And now, his senior sister has undoubtedly broken this record. Little brother, tell me, I chose to break through to the most powerful realm and face the taboo realm of catastrophe. Is this the right choice? Huangfu Menyuan asked. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Big sister, the taboo realm heavenly tribulation faced by the high-level gods is actually not that simple. Otherwise, after the history is cut off, before me, it is impossible that there is no high-level person in the world, or even the place outside the world. God Venerable succeeded in crossing the catastrophe. Duan Lingtian knew that the reason why he was able to succeed was because he had inherited this trump card that the old man Wukong had remembered all his life. Chapter 46-22. If he hadn't inherited the memory of the old man Wukong, he felt that the possibility of successfully surviving the taboo realm and the catastrophe with his cultivation as a high ranking would be less than 30%. Now, there are 3 heavenly talismans in Tongtian Pagoda. As long as you get them after stepping into the realm of Venerable Realm, senior sister, you will be better prepared later. It is not particularly difficult to survive the taboo realm. Duan Lingtian continued. I'm afraid there is still a lot of difficulty. Huangfu Menyuan smiled wryly. After Lei Hong in the Mingguang realm, Fang Yifan, the top world venerable in the Feathering realm who was as famous as him, died in the Forbidden Realm. Since then, no one has survived the Forbidden Realm. Jia, step into the 7th level of the strongest. Although she has just stepped into the Xian realm not long ago, she also knows a lot of news, because she also has a familiar saint in the outside world. Because she is an invincible high-ranking god, the saint was very polite to her. Even Lei Hong, it is said that after breaking through and advancing, he couldn't heal his injuries. In addition, he suffered from injuries for nearly 100 years before returning to Qinghong sect in Mingguang realm. Huangfu Menyuan frowned slightly between her words. Just because she stepped into the strongest realm after Lei Hong successfully crossed the tribulation. Before Lei Hong, there was also a sage in the outer world who successfully took the most critical step, allowing her to see the hope of further breakthroughs for the sage and Jesuan. Unexpectedly, not long after he broke through to become a half-step world venerable, he heard that Fang Yifan, who was not weaker than Lei Hong in the Mingguang realm, had died. This blow and impact on her is not insignificant. Moreover, since then, there have been no words of the way of heaven, saying who has survived the catastrophe of the promotion. As for the sage from the outer realm who broke through before Lei Hong, he was able to break through easily and healed from his injuries after the breakthrough. It is said that it is also because he has the fourth heavenly Tao talisman. Obviously, Huangfu Mengyuan did her homework well. After listening to Huangfu Mengyuan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Elder sister, actually you don't need to worry so much. Just like I said just now, after you step into the realm of realm and get the talisman of the Tao of Heaven, you just need to make more preparations. Some people, because of the 10,000 years of catastrophe that the strongest must face, seeing that they can't bear it anymore, they have to face the taboo realm of catastrophe in a hurry. You are so young, what are you worried about? Then Lei Hong and Fang Yifan, in the 10,000 realms, are indeed top-notch world venerables, but is their strength the limit of the world venerables? Maybe not. Lei Hong is considered to be relatively young among the top world respecters, but when he was your age, did he have your strength? After you get the heavenly Tao talisman, gobble it up and step into the 7th level. You can comprehend a few more of the other laws to reach the state of lesser perfection. If conditions permit, comprehend the 2nd law to reach the state of great perfection. In this case, with the help of the avatar of the law and the help of the amulet of heaven, are you still worried that you won't be able to survive the taboo realm? To be honest, with the help of the heavenly Tao talisman, a talented Jesuan like you, with the help of the heavenly Tao talisman, really doesn't have to worry about the taboo realm of catastrophe. These, Duan Lingtian not only thought of it himself, but also deliberately went to understand it. As for the person to know, it is Zhang Shan, the world venerable who led his family to migrate from the Yuhua world to the Nishan world. Zhang Shan has a deep understanding of a group of world lords in the 10,000 world. According to Zhang Shan, before he and his master broke through in the past, Lei Hong was relatively young among the top world masters in the 10,000 realms. Lei Hong and the others all have the opportunity to break through other laws, increase their strength through the avatar of the law, and surpass other top world venerables in the world. Because they are still young, even the next few 10,000-year catastrophes will not pose much threat to them. Lei Hong, if he hadn't been in a hurry to face the taboo realm of heavenly tribulation last time, and had waited 10,000 to 20,000 years for a further breakthrough in strength, and then faced the forbidden realm of heavenly tribulation, not to mention easy, but it would definitely be easier than last time. As for Fang Yifan, he is actually not too old. The next 10,000-year catastrophe is not life-threatening for him. Most likely he was influenced by Lei Hong, so he rushed to go to the catastrophe, but he didn't expect to die in the end. After listening to Duan Lingshan's words, Huangfu Mengyuan's eyes lit up immediately. It has to be said that Duan Lingshan's words gave her enough confidence. Yes. She is still young now, and she has not even come to face the first 10,000 years of catastrophe as a powerhouse. She is already a half-step world venerable. As long as she swallows one step further, she is a world venerable. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. I saw that the originally blue sky in the small plain where the inner palace branch of the Wanfa Academy Palace was located suddenly dimmed, and there was a faint electric snake shaking in the distance. Haha. After I just said about Lei Hong, no one has survived the taboo realm, and I didn't expect someone to successfully cross the catastrophe so soon. Duan Lingtian laughed. He was very familiar with this kind of scene. Ever since he stepped into the strongest 7th level, his 5 senses were sharper than even Jia Zun could match, and he immediately noticed the strangeness in this small plain. The scene in front of me is no different from the scene before Meng Han and Lei Hong passed through the taboo realm of heavenly tribulation and the words of the way of heaven appeared. What does that mean? Undoubtedly, the words of the Tao of heaven are about to appear again. The appearance of the words of the way of heaven is most likely to announce who has survived the taboo realm. Who could it be? Duan Lingtian had a bit of curiosity in his eyes. At the same time, Feng Qingyang, who was in the plane of the heavens, Nirvana, suddenly looked up at the sky. Just like Duan Lingtian, he also guessed what would happen next. Is the 5th person who has survived the catastrophe of the taboo realm. I don't know if it's the world master of myriad realms, or a saint from a place outside the world. Feng Qingyang's heart moved, and there was a little more expectation in his eyes. Boom! Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's expected earth-shattering thunder sounded at the right time, disturbing all living beings in the 10,000 worlds and even the land outside the world. For a moment, everyone looked up at the sky. At this time, more people reacted. This is, the heavenly Tao text will appear again? Anyone else survived the taboo realm? Who is it? This scene is not unfamiliar to everyone. Some Jesuan and saints from myriad worlds and outer worlds who have recently obtained the heavenly Tao talisman and even recovered from the injuries suffered in the Tongtian Tower, but still dare not face the taboo realm heavenly tribulation, are all showing their eyes. Under their curiosity and expectation, the horizon changes again. I saw the dark clouds in the sky parted, and a line of golden words of the Tao of heaven appeared in front of everyone's eyes at the right time. Chapter 46-23. Congratulations to Aguli of the Hongmeng realm, with the 6th level cultivation base of the strongest, successfully passed the taboo realm, and is expected to become the 5th strongest and 7th level powerhouse after the history is cut off, surpassing Jesuan and saints. Even though I have seen the characters of Heaven's Tao many times in the past, the appearance of the characters of Heaven's Tao this time is still shocking and horrifying. As most people guessed, someone has survived the taboo realm. Moreover, the one who succeeded in crossing the tribulation this time was the world venerable powerhouse of myriad worlds. Why is it the world venerable of myriad realms, and not the saint of our land outside the world? What's the situation? All the world venerables of myriad realms are so strong? So far, a total of 5 people have survived the taboo realm, and 4 of them are from the myriad realms. Myriad realms, is it possible that they are specially favored by the Tao of heaven? People outside the world are all boiling at this time, thinking that this is not in line with common sense. There are 5 people, and it's okay to occupy 2 of them in the land outside the boundary. But only one was occupied. A world venerable of 10,000 realms has passed through the taboo realm. Wouldn't the next step be to break through immediately? Many people think so. And almost at the moment when their thoughts fell, a new heavenly Tao text appeared. Congratulations to Aguli of the Hongmeng realm. After surviving the catastrophe of the taboo realm, he successfully broke through and became the 5th, strongest, 7th level existence after the historical barrier, surpassing Jesuan and saints. It is no longer an exception to break through when you succeed in crossing the tribulation. Previously, whether it was Meng Han in the outer realm or Lei Hong in the bright light realm, they all broke through after successfully crossing the tribulation, because without exception, they were all existences of the 6th level Xian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from the god-defying realm were the only ones who failed to cross the catastrophe and break through. Because when the 2 successfully crossed the tribulation, they were not even the strongest. It's okay for Feng Qingyang, although he didn't break through the tribulation, but he stepped into the 7th level of Xian not long after he successfully crossed the catastrophe. Only Duan Lingtian completed the breakthrough after a long time after successfully crossing the tribulation. Of course, all the existences above the upper gods basically guessed the reason. Aguli. In the small plain of the inner palace of Wanfa Academy, Duan Lingtian, who was still staying beside the 2 senior sisters and 2 senior brothers, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the name in the Tiandao script. He has heard of this man. He is one of the top world venerables in the upper 3 realms, and he is as famous as Lei Hong and Fang Yifan. He is not even old, and is a generation younger than Lei Hong. Like Lei Hong, he is recognized as a young and top-notch world respecter in the upper 3 worlds. This Aguli. If Duan Lingtian remembered correctly, he heard from Xiao Mubai that before Fang Yifan failed to cross the catastrophe, this Aguli had already obtained the heavenly Tao talisman, but it seemed that he hadn't attracted the taboo realm for a long time. Unexpectedly, today's breakthrough was successful and a crucial step was taken. Aguli from the primordial realm should be well prepared. At this time, the elder sister Huangfu Mengyuan spoke. Her eyes were shining brightly, and the depths of her eyes were full of anticipation. If it is said that the death of Fang Yifan in the feathering world has greatly weakened her confidence. Well, what his junior brother Duan Lingtian said just now, and Agula's successful crossing of the tribulation in the primordial realm, gave her strong confidence. Even the confidence is greater than before at the beginning. Whether it's Lei Hong from the bright light realm or Aguli from the primordial realm, at her current age, she doesn't have her current strength at all. They can all succeed, why can't I? At the same time. All walks of life in the 10,000 realms were also shaken at this time. Especially the Hongmeng realm, one of the upper three realms. In the upper three realms, Lei Hong, the top realm respecter in the Mingguang realm, was the first to break through. To a certain extent, it also put a lot of pressure on the other two realms. Many people speculated that Fang Yifan in the Mingguang realm probably felt the pressure, so after a period of time after Lei Hong's breakthrough, he chose to face the taboo realm of catastrophe. It just failed. After that, no matter whether it is the top world venerable of the myriad worlds or the best of the saints outside the world, even if they get the amulet of heaven, they dare not rashly attract the taboo realm catastrophe, and they are all afraid of following in the footsteps of Yifan above. But today, the breakthrough of Aguli, the top world respecter in the Hongmeng world, once again revived the hearts of these people. Aguli succeeded. It seems that Fang Yifan's death was just an accident. I don't know if Aguli went back after breaking through. If he went back, it means that his injuries are not serious. The injuries he suffered during the tribulation are definitely not as serious as Lei Hong's original. All of a sudden, the powerhouses of the great world venerable forces in the upper three realms went to the Ada Gang tribe in the Grand Mist realm, which was also one of the great world venerable forces in the Grand Mist realm. Aguli is the only Jizuan of the Ada Gang tribe. However, after Lei Hong broke through last time, Aguli left the Ada Gang tribe and hid from Lei Hong, fearing that Lei Hong would catch up and strangle him. Now, most of the people from the major world venerable forces going to the Ada Gang tribe are half-step Jizuan, and few Jizuan go out in person. They are still avoiding Lei Hong. Master Aguli is back? When they came to the Ada Gang tribe, they quickly confirmed one thing: Aguli is back. Although Aguli didn't show up and they were received by other members of the Ada Gang tribe, since Aguli came back, even if he was still injured, it must not be serious. Can we gradually become Master Aguli? That's right, my uncle is also preparing to face the taboo realm of catastrophe recently. Let me come to Master Aguli to learn from him on his behalf. The great powers of the upper three worlds came to ask Aguli how he survived the taboo realm of catastrophe. For this reason, there are half-step Jizuan from the 18 realms in China. Even, Xiaomubai personally came over to Nishan realm. With Xiaomubai's appearance, Jie Zun's aura did not restrain himself, and soon attracted everyone's attention. Isn't this the Lord Xiaomubai from the God-defying realm? In the crowd, someone soon recognized Xiaomubai. The previous Nishan realm was just a mediocre realm among the 18 realms, and it didn't attract much attention. But ever since the people from the Nishan realm took the lead in overcoming the taboo realm, they suddenly made the Nishan realm famous, making people afraid to underestimate this middle-level realm. Lord Xiao, you broke through? I didn't expect World Master Xiao to break through. It's amazing. It's amazing. After breaking through, Xiaomubai welcomed many people's initiative to congratulate him. Some people can't help but think, the Jie Zun from the God-defying realm suddenly appeared, wouldn't he be afraid that the one from the Mingguang realm would attack him and kill him? That one, I'm afraid he hates the God-defying realm so much now. And at the same time when many people came up with similar thoughts, boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering loud noise came out of nowhere. Immediately, I saw a terrifying force tearing apart the space, like a meteor hammer whistling from a distance, aiming at Xiaomubai. Chapter 46-24. The terrifying power made everyone present tremble. Even several world venerables including Xiaomubai, all of them changed their expressions at this time, and they all felt the fear of the person who made the shot, definitely far surpassing the world venerable. It's Lei Hong. When the terrifying force was getting closer, someone saw the tall figure rushing after that force, recognized the person who came, and exclaimed. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. A moment ago, they were still thinking that Xiaomubai, as the lord of the Nishan realm, had just stepped into the venerable realm, and ran out. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by Lei Hong from the Mingguang realm? After all, the last time Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm went to Mingguang realm to kill the two sects behind Lei Hong, and one of them was Jie Zun. Lei Hong is notoriously a person who will take revenge. Duan Lingshan's actions undoubtedly pushed the entire God-defying realm to the opposite of Lei Hong. As long as there is a chance, Lei Hong will never let the people of the god-defying realm go. Lei Hong might not be interested in killing the general powerhouses in the Nishan realm if they have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. The world lord of the reversible god realm, and a newly promoted world venerable, it's okay if Lei Hong doesn't know. If he knows, he will definitely not easily let the other party walk out of the reversible god realm. And indeed it is. Xiao Mubai just came outside the Ada Gang tribe of the Hongmeng Jesuan faction where Aguli was, and was intercepted and killed by Lei Hong before he could enter it. Region. An indifferent voice resounded in all directions, and suddenly reached everyone's ears. Then, when everyone came back to their senses, they saw a purple figure coming out from the dark place, and they shot like lightning, blocking Lei Hong's attack on Xiao Mubai. Crash. Lei Hong's offensive, meeting the opponent's strength, did not make any big movements, but stopped halfway, quickly lost, and even disappeared. The law of time. Many people exhaled in a low voice, and it could be seen that the young man in purple who made the move behind him was using the law of law, which was the law of time. It's Duan Lingtian from the god-defying realm. Someone recognized Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian good at the law of space? This is his clone of the law of time. I really didn't expect that he also comprehended the law of time to the realm of small perfection. Someone who knew Duan Lingtian better couldn't help but exclaim in a tone of astonishment. It was Duan Lingtian's law of time clone who suddenly appeared at this time. Even if it is the avatar of the law of time, no one can see that it is just an avatar of the law if it is not shot, if it is not probed by people in the same realm with divine sense. Duan Lingtian stood in the void with a tall and straight figure, looking sternly at Lei Hong who had come close and was confronted by him, who had been defeated by him. Lei Hong, you are really careful, and only one law avatar came. Duan Lingtian smiled contemptuously. If you only have one law avatar, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep the world lord of the god-defying realm today. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lei Hong's law avatar sneered coldly. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you still have the habit of guarding the weak in the god-defying world. Isn't it embarrassing for a dignified 7th level Xian to protect the Dao for a newcomer? Lei Hong's eyes were full of contempt, as if he looked down on Duan Lingtian. It would be shameful if you, Lei Hong, killed me, the lord of the god-defying realm. Duan Lingtian sneered, and then struck like thunder, fighting with Lei Hong. Although, with the strength of Duan Lingtian's law clone, it is not difficult to destroy Lei Hong's law clone, but he has no intention of doing that. It's just a clone of the law, so what if it's destroyed? It doesn't affect Lei Hong's deity at all. At most, it will take some more time to reshape such a rule clone. Lei Hong's avatar of this law, the law mastered, is also the law of the small perfection realm. In the case that Duan Lingtian deliberately hid the way of infinity and the way of control, it was a tie with Lei Hong for a short time. Boom. Rumble. The confrontation between the two seems to be understated, but every time they make a move, the void shakes and the space collapses. Except for a few Jiazun present, everyone retreats to the distance one after another, fearing that they will be affected. Of course, Lei Hong only drew with Duan Lingtian in a short period of time. Although they are also the law avatars of the small perfection realm, and the 4 ways of heaven and earth are also at the 7th level, but Duan Lingtian's time law is one of the 4 supreme laws after all. Soon, after 100 moves, he faintly gained the upper hand. At this time, the gate of the Ada Gang tribe seemed to have been turned upside down and devastated, and the buildings of the Ada Gang tribe that were closer were also completely destroyed by the aftermath of the force. Suddenly, without any warning from the audience, Duan Lingtian and Lei Hong quickly separated and faced each other again. This scene also made everyone stunned. Why did you stop? Duan Lingtian, with the advantage of the law of time, has already begun to gain the upper hand. However, soon, several Jesuan, including Xiao Mubai, turned their heads and looked at the depths of the Ada Gang tribe. There was a figure walking towards the sky unhurriedly. Every step he took, the void was shaken, and his spiritual consciousness gradually spread, and soon Xiao Mubai and others felt great pressure. Extreme 7th level. It's Aguli from the Ada Gang tribe. Now, no need to guess, they have also thought of the identity of the person who came. It is the newly promoted 7th level powerhouse of the Ada gang tribe, Aguli. Behind Aguli, a group of figures quickly appeared. It was a group of powerful men from the Ada gang tribe. From the half-step world venerable to the ordinary strong men, all those who were in the tribe came out. You too, if you want to fight, please go farther away and fight. This is the territory of my Ada gang tribe. Aguli, who is the leader, is a strong young man about 2 meters tall. He is dressed in a loose white robe, with short hair, a resolute face, and abyss-like eyes. When he spoke, his tone was quite unkind. Aguli. At this time, seeing Aguli appearing, Lei Hong's law clone passed through sound transmission. Aguli, join hands with me, how about destroying this Ling Tian's law clone? You and I are both top powerhouses in the upper 3 realms. Presumably you don't want the middle realms of the Nishan realm to rise up and be on an equal footing with our upper 3 realms, right? In Lei Hong's view, as long as Aguli is willing to take action and destroy Duan Lingshan's law clone, he will be able to kill this newly promoted world venerable from the god-defying realm. This newly promoted world venerable from the Nishan realm, here comes the real one. If you can really kill the opponent, you will make a lot of money. Aguli. At this time, after Aguli spoke, everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian, also fell on Aguli. Chapter 46-25. Hearing Lei Hong's sound transmission, Aguli also glanced at Duan Lingshan's law clone for the first time, and then looked at Xiaomubai. He guessed Lei Hong's purpose. Destroying Duan Lingshan's law avatar, everyone knows that it will have little impact on Duan Lingtian. However, the newly promoted world venerable from the god-defying realm did not come from the avatar of the law, but from the deity. In the past, Lei Hong's law avatar appeared in Mingguan realm, intending to kill Jizuan Zhangshan, but was killed by Duan Lingtian himself. He had already heard about it. It was also because of this that he knew that as long as he stepped into the 7th level of Xian, the avatar of the law would no longer be the same as before, his eyes would be dull, and he could tell at a glance that it was the avatar rather than the deity. Moreover, when he broke through recently, he found that his originally condensed law avatar, those godless eyes, were all endowed with spirituality, and at first glance it was no different from the deity. Of course, if you probe deeply with your spiritual sense, you can still detect abnormalities. Lei Hong, now we only have 2 7th-level Xians in the upper 3 realms. Offending Duan Lingtian is equivalent to offending 2 7th-level Xians in the god-defying realm at once. Aguli responded indifferently, so, I'm not interested in your suggestion. What's more, he didn't communicate with Lei Hong through sound transmission, but directly spoke back. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding group of people were in an uproar. Lei Hong actually invited Aguli to attack Duan Lingtian together? This Lei Hong is trying to pull Aguli into his own camp, and together target Duan Lingtian. Obviously, Aguli didn't intend to talk to him. That's natural. There is no enmity between Aguli and Duan Lingtian, so why bother to provoke Duan Lingtian? You know, even if Duan Lingtian knew that Lei Hong was behind the Qinghong sacred sect, he still killed the Qinghong sacred sect's lord and the world venerable. Aguli dares to join forces with Lei Hong. Maybe Duan Lingshan's deity will come in person later, and directly attack the Ada gang tribe. Speaking of others, they felt that even if Aguli offended the other party might not take action against the Ada gang tribe. But Duan Lingtian is different. This one has a criminal record. Laugh. After Aguli rejected Lei Hong, Duan Lingshan's legal avatar sneered, Lei Hong, if you want to destroy my legal avatar, I advise you to let your real deity come here in person. However, according to my estimation, you may not have the guts. After the sneer, there is sarcasm. Of course, it can be regarded as an above-board aggressive method. At this moment, Duan Lingtian is not only the law avatar, even his true self has already come to this primordial realm, hiding behind the nearby space barrier. As long as Lei Hong's true self dares to show up, he can keep Lei Hong here forever today. Speaking of which, he came out this time just for fishing. Fish and kill Lei Hong. As for why he suddenly had this idea, it was because Xiao Mubai said that many people went to the primordial realm to see if Aguli had returned to his own forces, so as to judge whether it was easier for Aguli to cross the tribulation than Lei Hong. After all, Lei Hong was injured for decades before returning to Qinghong Xingzong. If Aguli was also seriously injured, it would be impossible to turn back to the forces behind him so quickly. He had a flash of inspiration and felt that Lei Hong might also pass by. Therefore, let Xiao Mubai himself go to the Ada Gang tribe in the Hongmeng realm, and he uses his body plus the law of time to hide in the dark to protect Xiao Mubai. This time fishing, he also thought that he might only be able to catch Lei Hong's clone of the law, but he still had a thought in his heart. What if Lei Hong's deity is really there? Because of this, when the law of Lei Hong appeared, he only appeared with the law of time, and the deity was still hiding well, and had no plans to come out for the time being. At least, until Lei Hong's deity shows up, his deity will not come out. Snort. Hearing Agul's response, Lei Hong glanced at him indifferently, then snorted coldly. In the end, the law clone quickly retreated, preparing to flee. However, how could Duan Lingtian let him leave? The law of time avatar immediately pursued and blocked him, fought fiercely with him again, and once again set off a storm in all directions. The space is sunken and collapsed, and the more you fight, the more intense it is. And with the passage of time, Duan Lingshan's law of time avatar has completely gained the upper hand. As for the Ada Gang tribe, Aguli, who appeared to protect them, no longer suffered any losses. Now, besides observing Duan Lingtian and Lei Hong's law clone battle, many of the crowd watching are also observing Aguli, and there is no sign of Aguli being injured at all. You said, the Aguli who is showing up now, is the avatar of the law, or the deity? I don't know, I can't tell. Now, if he doesn't make a move, unless the existence above the 7th level of Xian investigates him deeply with spiritual consciousness, it may be difficult to confirm whether it is the deity or the clone of the law. A group of half-step world venerables observing Aguli whispered to each other through sound transmission. Aguli himself, while protecting the Ada Gang tribe, watched the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lei Hong's deity, and his heart was awe-inspiring. This Lingtian is really a monster. How old is it? Not only the law of space has been comprehended to the state of great perfection, but even the law of time has been comprehended to the state of lesser perfection. Although, he already knew that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the 7th level of Xian. However, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian was able to survive the taboo realm catastrophe because of his age after all, because he was a high-ranking deity, and the difficulty of crossing the catastrophe was not as difficult as that of the strongest. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to comprehend the second law to the state of small perfection. After all, it requires a high level of comprehension and takes a long time. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian not only did it, but this law is also one of the 4 supreme laws like the law of space. Lei Hong's law avatar is about to be defeated. When the idea of Aguli had just arisen, Lei Hong's law avatar finally couldn't resist Duan Lingshan's law avatar's storm-like offensive, and was defeated in one fell swoop. Before Lei Hong's law clone was defeated, Lei Hong also left a sinister word, Duan Lingtian, I will let you know that being an enemy of Lei Hong is the worst decision you have ever made in your life. At the same time as the ruthless words fell, Lei Hong's legal avatar was also wiped out. From beginning to end, his deity did not show up. You didn't come? Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian was still a little disappointed at this moment. It would be great if Lei Hong himself came, and he took this opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger. It's a pity that Lei Hong was too careful. At this time, Aguli faced Duan Lingshan's law clone from the air. Brother Duan Lingtian, Aguli, admire how strong your law clone is. Looking at the current world, among all the existences who have stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, I am afraid that no one's law clone can be as strong as your law clone. The most powerful person in the world, the law that he is best at follows the deity closely, and that law cannot condense the law clone. Law clones that can only condense the rest of the laws. As soon as Aguli opened his mouth, he was expressing goodwill to Duan Lingtian, which was completely different from Lei Hong's attitude towards Duan Lingtian. As the saying goes, if you don't raise your hand to hit a smiling person, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Aguli from a distance, and said with a calm smile, "Brother Aguli, it seems that you have hidden your strength in the past. Lei Hong, I'm afraid I don't deserve to be as famous as you." Chapter 46-26. What Duan Lingtian said was not intended to flatter the other party, but to tell the truth. He saw that the Aguli in front of him was not a clone of the law, but the deity. To be precise, it was Aguli who took the initiative to protect the Ada Gang tribe just now. Although he concealed it, the power of the law faintly mobilized was still detected by the Jingshi Shinshui of the small world in his body. After confirming that Lei Hong's deity is not there, after destroying Lei Hong's law clone, his deity also came out from behind the space barrier, hiding in the dark and looking at this place. Water system law. The world-cleaning water of the small world in his body is keenly aware of the laws of the water system. In addition, he has long heard that Aguli, the top world master in the Hongmeng world, is good at the laws of the water system. From this, it is not difficult to judge that the other party is the deity. The deity showed up, and obviously had no injuries. It can be seen that he passed through the taboo realm with great ease. Even if he was injured, he healed when he broke through. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Aguli secretly sucked in a breath of air, and naturally heard the hidden meaning in Duan Lingshan's words. This genius and strong man from the god-defying realm was really extraordinary, and he discovered that he came from the deity. He has suppressed the laws of the water system that resonated with his power in the world as much as possible. Taking a deep breath, Aguli smiled and said, "My past strength, I didn't deliberately hide it, it is indeed comparable to Lei Hong. It's just that before facing the taboo realm and the catastrophe this time, I have taken my achievements in other laws one step further." As soon as Aguli said this, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that it was exactly as he thought. The world master of the 1,000 worlds could rely on the other laws to help each other, so that the taboo realm of catastrophe would no longer be difficult. Of course, the most important thing is the help of the 3 heavenly talismans. After all, there used to be an incomparably monstrous Jesuan in the 10,000 realms who comprehended 2 or 3 laws at the same time and reached the state of Dzogchen, but still died in the taboo state. The others present, including Xiao Mubai, heard the exchange between Duan Lingtian and Aguli, and felt awe-inspiring for a moment. From Lord Duan Lingshan's words, Lord Aguli is the deity, and he didn't suffer any injuries. Master Aguli is ready to make the rest of the laws go one step further, and successfully overcome the tribulation with the powerful avatar of the laws. In comparison, Lei Hong and Fang Yifan are taking risks in crossing the catastrophe. Lei Hong narrowly escaped death and succeeded, but Fang Yifan died. I think that although this lord has said it lightly, the actual situation is definitely not the case. The rest of the law power he has mastered may have already reached the threshold of breakthrough. Otherwise, how could he have prepared it in such a short period of time and succeeded in crossing the tribulation? There was a chatter among the crowd. However, they could be considered to have obtained the answers they wanted on this trip, and after recovering, many of them left. Those who left, in addition to greeting Aguli respectfully, also took the initiative to greet Duan Lingshan's law clone. "Brother Duan Lingtian, since you're here, why don't you come in and have a drink with me?" Aguli asked with a smile. "Good." Duan Lingtian responded, "Agreed," and at the same time, the law clone stepped out and arrived at Aguli's side. "Don't forget to say to Xiao Mubai through sound transmission, 'Master Xiao, you go back. My deity will secretly you away.'" If Lei Hong himself dared to make a move on Xiao Mubai's way back, then he would let Lei Hong come and go. Xiao Mubai also left with the others, leaving Duan Lingshan's time law clone alone, and followed Aguli into the Ada Gang tribe. The Ada Gang tribe, as the world venerable force in the Grand Mist realm, looks ordinary on the outside, but when entering the inner circle and passing through the fog formation, there is a world like a peach blossom garden that appears in front of Duan Lingtian. Here the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, the smoke is faint, and it is a peaceful scene. Duan Lingtian was personally invited by Aguli to his training place, and chatted with him over wine. In the process, he also gained a detailed understanding of the primordial realm. During the conversation, Aguli took the initiative to mention the 9 mysterious entrances shrouded in mist in the 3 major evil places of the god-defying realm. Not long ago, Duan Lingtian learned from Zhang Shenku from the Ascension Realm that besides the Bright Light Realm, the Ascension Realm and the Hongmeng Realm have such places in the upper three realms. I have entered one of the mysterious entrances and suffered some injuries. I doubt the existence of the shot. Either it is a strong man who is at the 6th level of the strongest, the kind who has comprehended various worlds and 4 ways to a very high level, or the existence of the 7th level of the strongest. Agili guessed and said, later, the words of the Tao of Heaven appeared, saying that you were the first person to survive the taboo realm after the cutoff of history, and that your master was the first existence to step into the 7th level of the strongest. So, I think that the existence that hurt me in that mysterious place and forced me out should be the strongest 6th level powerhouse who has mastered various high-level worlds and 4 ways. Hearing Aguila's judgment, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Brother Agili, your guess is probably wrong. My master also entered that place some time ago. Then, Duan Lingtian told about the fact that Nishan Realm also has 9 misty mysterious places, and also talked about his master Feng Qingyang's feelings of fighting against the gatekeeper inside. The question of strength seems to be in the 8th level of Xian. After hearing Feng Qingyang's judgment from Duan Lingtian, Agili couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect that things would be completely different from what he guessed. If that's the case, why does Tian Dao still say that we are the first few to step into the 7th level existence after the history is cut off? Agili was puzzled, very puzzled. What if the other party existed before the historical partition? Duan Lingtian asked back. As soon as these words came out, Aguila's complexion changed. If this is the case, everything can be explained. Later, Agili also learned about Duan Lingshan's attitude towards the mysterious place from Duan Lingtian. As long as it didn't affect him, he ignored it and didn't bother to investigate. However, during the next chat, Duan Lingtian saw that Agili was eager to try, and obviously wanted to explore the mysterious place. Really? After Duan Lingshan's law clone left, Agili left the Ada Gang tribe immediately. Entered a mysterious place shrouded in mist with this deity. This time, he took the initiative to fight the opponent. Even if you are mentally prepared, it is still inevitable to follow the trend and have an ending. Forced to retreat. Almost got hurt. So strong. Moreover, when it made a move, it didn't feel the presence of any heaven and earth. What does this mean? It means that the opponent didn't use the 4 ways of heaven and earth at all. Chapter 46-27. Its power is at least at the 8th level of Xian. Looking at the large fog in front of him, Agili gasped. Even if he came out a little later, although he would not be killed, he would definitely be injured. At this moment, he completely confirmed what Duan Lingtian had said to him. It's not that he doesn't believe in Duan Lingtian, but that he has a deep obsession with this mysterious place shrouded in mist. In the past, his master, whom he regarded as his biological father, died in it. He had always wanted to go in and investigate to see if he could know the truth about his master's death. If his master's remains were still there, he would also bury them. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian told him about the danger, he, who has stepped into the 7th level of Xian, still intends to go in and find out. Unexpectedly, even if he stepped into the 7th level of the strongest and entered this fog-shrouded place, it was still difficult to penetrate. The mysterious beast guarding the door forced him out as soon as he made a move. It must have existed before the historical partition. Otherwise, there would be no record of these 9 mysterious places in the Hongmeng realm in history. Among the upper 3 realms, apart from the Bright Light realm, there are places like this in the Primordial Meng realm and the Feather Transformation realm. According to what Duan Lingtian said, there are places like this in the Nishan realm. In other realms, I have heard that some realms have similar places. Taking a deep breath, Agili arrived at another mysterious place shrouded in mist in the Hongmeng realm. This time he was attacked by a powerful force again. However, he was prepared, but he still retreated unscathed. It's not that strange beast anymore. This is another strange beast. When you make a shot, the breath of strength is different. Of course, Agili doesn't have a tendency to be abused, but just wants to confirm one thing, that is, he wanted to see if the targets he encountered after entering every mysterious place shrouded in mist in the primordial realm were the same existence. In the past, even though he was a top world-respected person, he did not dare to try this easily. Now, he dared to try this when he was sure of getting out of his body. Continue. Then, Aguli continued to go to the other 7 mysterious places shrouded in mist in the Hongmeng realm, but found that after entering the 7 places shrouded in mist, the strange beasts he encountered were not the same one. 9 different beasts. The strength is very strong, and the essence of power is definitely above the Xian 8th level. After confirming this point, Agula's complexion became solemn, and the sense of superiority he felt after stepping into the 7th level of Xian was also blown away at this moment. It turned out that although he was the 5th existence announced by the Tao of Heaven, he was not the 5th strongest existence under the Tao of Heaven in this world. In this world, there are also strange beasts that have survived before the historical cutoff. However, due to certain rules, they are imprisoned in the mysterious place and cannot cross the border. Otherwise, the world will probably be in chaos. It's also fortunate that they can't come out, otherwise, the world and the land outside the world, I'm afraid they would have been burned and blood flowed into rivers. Aguli secretly thought. Not to mention the previous 10,000 realms and outer boundaries, the strongest ones were a group of world venerables and saints. Even now, a total of 5 transcendent world venerables and saints have been born in myriad worlds and outer worlds. In front of those mysterious beasts, they are still not enough to see at all. Heaving a sigh of relief, Aguli pondered for a moment, and finally left the primordial realm. Went to God against realm. Aguli? Duan Lingtian didn't expect that not long after his time law avatar returned to the god-defying realm, Aguli came to him. What? Brother Aguli, have you gone to investigate that mysterious place? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Yes. Aguli nodded, and then said in a deep voice, Brother Duan Lingtian, I think what you guessed may be true. At least, the 9 fog-shrouded entrances of the primordial realm should lead to the same mysterious place. I have entered all 9 entrances. After entering, the aura of heaven and earth I sense is the same, but it is completely different from the world and the land outside the world. Having said that, he paused for a moment, and continued, I'm here to investigate the 9 fog-shrouded places in your god-defying realm. But I don't know if you, Brother Duan Lingtian, can lead me the way? There was a bit of expectation in Aguli's eyes, and he wanted to confirm some things next. I have never been to those places. However, I can let someone take you there. Duan Lingtian didn't notice the slightest hostility from Aguli, and at the same time saw that he obviously wanted to study those places further, so he immediately found the world lord Xiaomubai. I've seen Master Aguli. Seeing Aguli, Xiaomubai saluted repeatedly. Next, I will trouble World Master Xiao. Aguli smiled friendly. Duan Lingtian watched Aguli leave. Half a month later, Aguli came back with Xiaomubai. Brother Duan Lingtian. This time, Aguli's face was extraordinarily solemn, and at the same time he told Duan Lingtian about his discovery. I know you are not interested in those places, but I still want to tell you about my latest discovery. I first went to the 9 fog-shrouded places in the Hongmeng realm, and found that there were indeed 9 entrances. In addition, after entering the 9 entrances, the 9 strange beasts I encountered were not the same one. It means that there are 9 entrances leading to different places. It may be the entrance to a mysterious place with 9 different directions. Of course, this was just my guess at first. Until the past half-month, I investigated the 9 entrances of the god-defying realm. I find. Going through the 9 entrances, the 9 strange beasts I encountered that attacked me turned out to be the 9 strange beasts that I encountered when entering the 9 entrances of the primordial realm. Having said that, he paused, and then said, if the 9 entrances lead to the same place, it means that there are 9 areas in different directions corresponding to that place, and each is guarded by strange beasts. And if 9 entrances lead to 9 different places, that should be 9 mysterious places. And the 9 fog-shrouded places that exist in the major realms should be the entrances to the 9 mysterious places. Of course, I prefer to have only one mysterious place, rather than 9 places. It's the same as what I told you half a month ago, the aura of heaven and earth aura I sensed inside is almost the same. Although, Duan Lingtian really has no interest in that mysterious place. But still couldn't help being a little surprised. There are 9 entrances, and the strange beasts encountered after entering are not the same? Wouldn't it be that there are 9 strange beasts that are suspected to be above the 8th level of Xian? After confirming this point from Aguli, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked through the lifelong memory left by the old man Wukong again, but found that he had not touched the mysterious land in his memory. Even, the old man Wukong has never encountered any dangerous fog-shrouded land, and has never appeared. This is a bit strange. Old man Wukong existed before the historical partition. And according to my guess, the mysterious land was also left before the history was cut off, so the powerful beasts in it were not specially announced by the text of Heavenly Tao. But according to the memory of the old man Wukong, that mysterious place did not exist before the history cut off. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian shook his head and thought to himself, I'm afraid. Only the Tao of heaven knows what's going on. However, seeing that Aguli left the Nishan realm again and was about to go to the feather transformation realm, he had to sigh in his heart for Agulus, hungry for knowledge. I hope this guy's exploration of that mysterious place won't cause any trouble. Shouldn't it be? After all, he was forced out every time. And the strange beast inside can't come out every time. Chapter 46-28. Even after getting a better understanding of the mysterious place from Aguli, Duan Lingtian still had no interest. For him, nothing is more important than improving his own strength. With that time and effort, it is better to further digest the memory left by the old man Wukong, and strive to have the strength comparable to the old man Wukong as soon as possible, and even surpass the old man Wukong. When it really comes to that time, it is not too late to venture into the mysterious land in spare time and boredom. The 5th Xian and the 7th level also appeared. Next, I'm afraid there will be many Xian 7th level existences one after another. Duan Lingtian secretly thought. At the same time, his eyes flashed sharply, I hope they can all be honest, if not, I don't mind killing them. With his current growing and rapid strength, he is really not afraid of the existence of the 7th level Xian. This time, Aguli left for a full 3 months. 3 months later, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian again. Brother Duan Lingtian, I have been to many realms that are shrouded in mist, including the Ascension realm, and I have entered every entrance. I found that the 9 entrances of all realms lead to the same 9 places. The 9-headed beasts are still guarding the entrance. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed brightly, though the strength of the 9 alien beasts is not weak. If we join forces with the strongest 7th level beings and cooperate with the joint attack formation, we may not be unable to kill them one by one. Before I came to you, I went to see Brother Meng Han from Bibo Tianfu, a place outside the boundary. He said that as long as you are willing to join the team, he will make a move. Otherwise, the 4 of us will try together. He really wanted to know what kind of world was behind the guarded beast at the entrance of the mysterious place, and whether it would help him in his next practice. If it helps, it is undoubtedly a great thing. Even if it doesn't help, it can satisfy his curiosity and obsession. He was really curious about that mysterious place. Although, now he guesses that the 9 entrances all lead to the same place, but it is only a guess after all. Unless he investigates and confirms himself, he can't confirm that it is really the 9 entrances of the same place. Now, in 10,000 realms, and even in places beyond the realm, including him, a total of 5 strongest 7th level existences have been born. Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian, Meng Han, Lei Hong, and Aguli. Meng Han bluntly said that as long as Duan Lingtian agrees to join forces, he will also join. As for Feng Qingyang, he is Duan Lingshan's master. If Duan Lingtian joins, he will definitely not be able to stay out of it. Lei Hong, who had a grudge against Duan Lingtian, had no choice but to give up. Including him, there are 4 people in total. According to his calculations and estimates, it is enough to deal with any of the 9 strange beasts. Brother Aguli, I have no interest in that place for now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and declined Aguli. From Agulus' extremely expectant eyes, it is not difficult for him to see Agulus' curiosity and longing for the mysterious place, but he is really not interested in the mysterious place for the time being, Who knows if there is a more terrifying existence in it? The 9 alien beasts corresponding to the 9 entrances, with his current strength, even if he fights alone, he is not afraid. But what about the back? The gatekeepers are already so strong, so if it is said later that there is no stronger existence, it seems to be unreasonable, right? It is precisely because of this that he has no interest in the mysterious place that the 9 entrances lead to for the time being, and he is only thinking about digesting the memory of Old Man Wukong first, and it will not be too late to break into it when he has the strength of Old Man Wukong's peak period before his life. Brother Duan Lingtian. Agili really wanted to go in and find out, so he continued to persuade Duan Lingtian. What's more, seeing Duan Lingtian refuse again, he gritted his teeth and promised Duan Lingtian a lot of benefits. Although it is not very useful to Duan Lingtian, it is still of great use to Duan Lingshan's family and friends. However, the current Duan Lingtian does not lack these things for the time being. If you really want to lack it, you can exchange it with the forces of the great world venerables and saints by bartering. In the end, after confirming that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind, it was impossible to go to that mysterious place with him. So Agili could only say goodbye and leave, and after leaving the god-defying realm, his face became completely gloomy. That Duan Lingtian really didn't give me face. As the existence of the 7th level Xian, I was so humbled, and he still rejected me. Snort. Although he was not very happy, Agili did not intend to make Duan Lingtian an enemy. This time, he went to Meng Han because of this matter, and also confirmed Meng Han's position from Meng Han's mouth, because Duan Lingtian helped him enter the Tongtian Tower first, and got great benefits. He said that he stood by Duan Lingtian unconditionally, and even as long as Duan Lingtian needed it, he was more willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian to deal with Lei Hong. That is to say, among the existence of the 7th level of the world's 5 most powerful, 2 of them are on Duan Lingshan's side. Not to mention that he is alone. Even if he joins forces with Lei Hong, it will be difficult for him to compete against Duan Lingtian and the others. It seems that we can only wait. Wait until a few more Xian 7th level existences are born, and then join hands with them to explore the mysterious place behind the 9 mysterious entrances. There may be a huge opportunity waiting for us inside. If there is a chance, I may not be able to catch up with the latecomers and surpass Duan Lingtian and the others. Thinking of this, Agili felt urgent again. Of course, despite the urgency, he didn't lose his mind. He thought that if he really wanted to join forces with others in the future, after dealing with the strange beasts at the entrance, and when he encountered a more powerful and irresistible existence, he still had to focus on saving his life. Opportunities are good, but the price of life is higher. In the reverse god realm, Duan Lingtian continued to digest the memories left by the old man Wukong, and his strength was also improving step by step. There was no bottleneck obstacle along the way, or before he had the strength of the peak period of the old man Wukong, he was unlikely to encounter bottlenecks that were difficult to overcome. During this period, family members and friends also came to him for help. He always let the law of time come out, and the deity continued to improve his strength without distraction. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. On this day, the myriad worlds and the land outside the world trembled, just because the vision that everyone was familiar with appeared again in the sky, and then 2 lines of words of the way of heaven appeared one after another, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Another person successfully survived the taboo realm of catastrophe. This person, after successfully crossing the catastrophe, immediately stepped into the strong 7th rank, becoming the 6th strongest 7th rank strongman after the history cut off. Chapter 46-29. Congratulations to Wuxia Xianxia from the outside world, with the 6th level cultivation base of the strongest, successfully passed the taboo realm, and is expected to become the 6th strongest and 7th level strongman after the history cut off, surpassing the respected world and saints. Congratulations to Wuxia Xianxia, the land outside the realm. After surviving the taboo realm, he successfully broke through and became the 6th, strongest, and 7th level existence after the historical barrier, surpassing Jesuan and saints. After 100 years, after Agili in the Hongmeng realm successfully crossed the catastrophe and broke through, there was another existence of the 6th level of the strongest, who successfully crossed the catastrophe, broke the shackles, and stepped into the 7th level of the strongest. Moreover, he is still a strong man in the outside world. This is also the second existence in the outer worlds to be promoted to the 7th level of the strongest. The land outside the world is boiling. Haha. In the land outside our boundaries, there is finally a second existence who stepped into the 7th level of Xion. Yes, there were 5 Xions of the 7th level in the past, 4 of them were experts from the myriad realms, and only one was from a place outside our realm. In recent years, when those cultivators from the myriad realms talked to us about this, their nostrils were upturned, as if they were the ones who stepped into the 7th level of the Xion. Humph. Our land outside the realm has a profound foundation, and sooner or later we will be able to surpass the 10,000 realms in terms of the number of the strongest 7th level powerhouses. Jianghu. It seems to be the 7th city lord of the 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty in the Holy Wind realm. It's her. The lord of the 7th city of the 13th city in the Western Jin dynasty has disappeared in recent years, and I almost forgot her existence. This is a monster among the rising stars. Yes, she used to be the youngest saint power recognized by our outside world. The 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty is the saint force of the Wind's sacred realm, and it is a force with 3 saints. Many forces outside the world also exist like a ceiling. As the name suggests, the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty is a power that unites the 13 cities. Of course, the 13 cities are not close together, they are extremely far apart, and they are distributed throughout the customs clearance area of the 13 cities in the Western Jin dynasty, and each city has a powerful city lord. This force was originally an alliance force. However, later, under the leadership of several city lords, the 13 city lords became brothers and sisters. In the past, in the 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty, the great city lord, the 2nd city lord, and the 7th city lord were all saints and strong men, and the 7th city lord was a rising star, inheriting the position of the city lord from her master. Even so, after she inherited the position of city lord, her seniority also increased. In the past, when she was not the city lord, she had to call other city lords uncles and aunts, but now she just called them brothers and sisters, because the ranking of the city lords was determined by the city lords when they were sworn brothers, and it had been discussed and decided long ago and would not be changed. Haha. Congratulations, 7th sister. A hearty laugh came from afar outside the Yuzhou city, and at the same time a figure appeared in the sky above the Yuzhou city lord's mansion in an instant. Yuzhou city is a huge city with a vast area. The city lord's mansion is located in the east of the city, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and connected to the mountains and rivers. Looking down from the sky, the city lord's mansion seems to be integrated with the mountains and rivers, regardless of you and me. At this moment, when I heard hearty laughter from the sky, and then saw that burly figure in the sky, it was a tall, thick-backed, bearded, thick-browed, big-eyed middle-aged man. Several figures flew out of the city lord's mansion one after another, and greeted him. I've seen the great city lord. I've seen the great city lord. A few people who rose from the Yuzhou city lord's mansion in the sky respectfully saluted the visitors. Why are you? Where are your city lords? The middle-aged Chiron looked puzzled when he saw the people in front of him. Could it be that the 7th sister hasn't come back yet? It should be, if 7th sister is here. Seeing him coming, it is impossible not to come out. Could it be that the injury he suffered after crossing the catastrophe has not healed, so he hasn't come back yet? Thinking of this, a look of worry flashed in his eyes. Great City Lord, our City Lord has just sent a message, saying that she has something to go to 10,000 realms and will come back later. An old woman among several people responded respectfully. These people are all semi-sacred powerhouses of Yuzhou City, and they are also the most powerful assistants under the command of Wuxia Xianxia, the Lord of Yuzhou City. They usually take care of the affairs of Yuzhou City when Wuxia Xianxia is practicing in closed doors. Go to 10,000 realms? The bearded middle-aged man frowned slightly, unable to figure out what that 7th sister was going to 10,000 realms for. Could it be that she had just broken through, her hands were itchy, and she wanted to go to 10,000 realms to find someone to learn from? As for the target, it is not difficult for him to guess. There is a high probability that they are the two sword masters who first stepped into the 7th level of the strongest in the Nishan realm. His 7th sister is a sword cultivator herself, and is also recognized as the #1 sword cultivator in the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty. There are 4 ways of heaven and earth, and he also cultivates the way of swordsmanship. While the bearded middle-aged man frowned, another pleasant laughter like a silver bell came from a distance. 7th sister, congratulations. I never thought that you stepped into that realm before me and elder brother. It seems that even if I join forces with elder brother, we may not be your opponent. This silver bell-like laughter sounded like a child's voice at first glance. And when the person who came appeared above Yuzhu City, it was a girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old, with 2 braids on her head and pretty cheeks carved in jade. I felt pity for it. Brother, you actually came faster than me. After the girl came over, she immediately saw the middle-aged man with beard and greeted him with a smile. Meet the 2nd city lord. Meet the 2nd city lord. After seeing this girl, several semi-sages in Yuzhu City couldn't help showing a bit of jealousy in their eyes, and then saluted respectfully. It was as if, in their eyes, the 2nd city lord was more terrifying than the 1st city lord. 2nd sister. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded to the young girl. This time, you and I are doomed to fail. 7th sister, she has gone to 10,000 realms. Go to myriad realms? The girl was puzzled. What did 7th sister go to Wanjia? Immediately afterwards, after hearing his guess from the middle-aged man, the girl's eyes lit up. 7th sister went to the god-defying realm? Is that the god-defying realm of the 7th level double Xion? 2nd sister, don't you want to go too? The middle-aged man asked himself that he knew this second younger sister quite well, and it was not difficult to see what she was thinking. His 2nd sister looks like a little girl, but in fact she is not young. At least it is enough to be the ancestor of the 7th sister. It's just that people are not old at heart, and they always show people in the form of a girl. Of course, he only dared to think about these things in his heart, because the last thing he, the 2nd sister, wanted to hear was that someone said she was old. In her heart, she had always been only about 10 years old, and she had never changed from beginning to end. Against God Realm. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment after receiving the message from World Master Xiaomubai. That out-of-bounds powerhouse Xue Qingzhu, who has just stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, wants to ask me to learn swordsmanship with Master? He didn't expect that not long after he saw the text of Tiandao, the other party came to his door. Moreover, the other party is also a sword cultivator. Lord, I'm not interested in competing with her, you can ask my master. Duan Lingtian replied. If he is just an ordinary 7th level powerhouse, he would be more than happy to have a visit from a powerhouse from the same realm to compete with him, because this is also an opportunity for him to learn and improve. But the problem is, now, in his eyes, competing with the other party is bullying the other party. Even in the way of swordsmanship, he has already successfully entered the 8th level after further digesting the memory of the old man Wukong. Chapter 4630. Duan Lingtian felt that his master would most likely not decline the other party's challenge. And then, as the World Lord Xiaomubai sent another message, what he said also confirmed what Duan Lingtian thought. His master Feng Qingyang agreed to the challenge of Xue Qingzhu, a newly promoted 7th level strongman from outside the world. In this regard, he is not surprised. If the other party is good at other 4 ways of heaven and earth, his master may not answer. But the problem is, the opponent is good at swordsmanship. Being able to take a crucial step with the way of the sword shows that the opponent is also a wizard of swordsmanship. With such an existence, his master will also meet Lai Xinxi when he sees it, not to mention that the opponent is now actively looking for him. Master Duan Lingtian, now I'm taking this girl to Jili Tian to meet Master Feng Qingyang. She said that after the sparring with Master Feng Qingyang, she still wants to have a sparring with you. Xiaomubai said again. If she can beat my master in 1 move and a half, I don't mind competing with her. If she is not as good as my master, let her stop humiliating herself. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Bring shame on yourself? If others, including Xue Qingzhu himself, heard Duan Lingtian's words, they would definitely think Duan Lingtian was arrogant. After all, they are all existences of the 7th level of Xian, and you actually said that the other party challenged you to humiliate yourself? However, Xiaomubai understood Duan Lingshan's deepness, knowing that Duan Lingtian not only stepped into the 7th level of the strongest with the way of swordsmanship, but also had extremely high attainments in the way of control and the way of infinity. Even if it doesn't reach the 7th level, it's probably close. And the 4 ways of heaven and earth can be displayed at the same time, unlike laws that are limited, and can only draw the power of one law at the same time. Okay, I'll tell her. Now the person communicating with Duan Lingtian is not Xiaomubai's real deity, but Xiaomubai's avatar of law that is resident in the land of the gods, so that he can get in touch with Duan Lingtian at any time. Because he knows very well that Duan Lingtian is the guardian god with the thickest thighs in the current Nishan realm. On Duan Lingshan's side, he originally thought that this matter would be over, but did not expect. A month later, his master Feng Qingyang came. Master. What Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that it wasn't just his master who came here, but also another young woman wearing a light green dress. The woman held a sheathed long sword in her hand. She had an extraordinary temperament and a peerless appearance. She stood there like an orchid in an empty valley, attracting everyone's attention. No need to think too much, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of this person. It should be the new Xian 7th level powerhouse from outside the world, Shui Qingzhu. He originally thought that the other party must have left after he fell into a disadvantage in the competition with his master, but he didn't expect that he hadn't left yet. Not only did he not leave, he even came to look for him with his master. Before that, he hadn't received any notice from the world lord Xiaomubai, which meant that Xiaomubai didn't know about it either. Xiao Tian. Feng Qingyang responded, the embarrassment on his face flashed away, and then he introduced the woman beside him. This is Shui Qingzhu, the city lord of Yuzhou City, the 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty outside the boundary. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could see the restraint of his master. What's the situation? Ever since he met his master for the first time, until now, this is really the first time he has seen his master have such a side. It looks reserved, but in fact it seems more like shy. After all, he is the father of 2 children and the man of 4 women. Duan Lingtian quickly came to his senses, and his eyes swept back and forth between the 2 in front of him. It seems that there is really a situation. Moreover, seeing Shui Qingzhu's indifferent face at this time, it is not difficult to see that it should be only his master who is unrequitedly in love for the time being. This one may become the future teacher's wife. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to take it too seriously, and looked at Shui Qingzhu with a smile on his face, and took the initiative to say hello. I have seen City Lord Shui. Although I saw the public announcement of the Tao of Heaven, I knew that City Lord Shui had stepped into the 7th level of Xian, but I didn't expect that City Lord Shui was actually a daughter. It's really surprising and admirable. Facing Duan Lingshan's compliment, Shui Qingzhu shook his head and chuckled. Fellow Daoist Duan has won the prize. Compared with you, I am nothing. 2 days ago, I learned about your real age from fellow Daoist Feng. At your age, I never even stepped into Xian. Shui Qingzhu is considered a very young and strong person in the outside world, about the same age as Feng Qingyang, and this alone makes her famous in the circle of saints in the outside world to the point where everyone in the world does not know the king. Therefore, when she learned about Duan Lingshan's real age from Feng Qingyang, she was really taken aback. You know, before he came to the Nishan realm this time, he thought that Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm were far older than him, but he didn't expect that one of them was as old as him, and the other was more than 10,000 years younger than her. It's all thanks to my master leading the way. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly, then looked at Feng Qingyang, blinked his eyes, and secretly said, Master, if you like someone, just go for it. I have never seen you so coy. Feng Qingyang didn't expect Duan Lingtian to see through her thoughts, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Chuanin laughed and scolded, You kid, what are you talking about? Why do I like him? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian continued to transmit voice, Master, you really don't like it? If you really don't like it, I'll go for it. This guy feels pretty good in all aspects, and his strength is also strong. It's not bad to marry back home as a wife. It can also improve the overall strength of the Nishan realm, by the way. After Duan Lingtian said it, he could see murderous look in his master's eyes. Just kidding. Repeatedly explained. This also made him further sure that his master really moved Fanxin. Fellow Daoist is really powerful. When I competed with him, I fell into a disadvantage from the very beginning. If he hadn't been merciful, I might have lost. Xue Qingzhu looked at Feng Qingyang, with a pair of beautiful autumn eyes showing admiration. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Speaking of which, City Lord Xue, you and my master are quite destined." Hearing this, Xue Qingzhu couldn't help being a little more curious when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian continued, "As we all know, my master is the first existence of the 7th level Xian born after the history is cut off, and he is also the first male monk to step into the 7th level Xian. And you, City Lord Xue, are the first female monk to step into the 7th level of the strongest after the history is cut off. Isn't this predestined relationship? If City Lord Xue, you don't have a fellow Daoist, I want to draw a red line for you and my master. My master has not married yet, and I have never had a confidant in the past." Duan Lingtian got straight to the point, ready to strike while the iron is hot, and strive to take down master-mistress. Oh no. To help his master take down his wife. Chapter 46-31. It's worthwhile to accept him as a disciple when Xue Qingzhu, a woman and top genius in the outer boundary, became a saint at a young age. She shocked everyone. At that time, she was the youngest saint in the history of the outer boundary. Previously, those who held the record were all men. Not only did she break their records, but she was also the first woman to do so. For these reasons, she was famous in the outer boundary. Behind these achievements were Xue Qingzhu's blood, sweat, and tears. All her time was spent cultivating and learning from others to grow stronger. Day after day, year after year, her routine remained the same. In the end, her hard work paid off, and she became the youngest saint in the history of the outer boundary. Many female cultivators in the outer boundary regarded Xue Qingzhu as their idol. Among them, many of them were from the myriad world before moving to the outer boundary, like Huangfu Mengyuan, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. Previously, when Duan Lingtian chatted with Huangfu Mengyuan, he had heard mentioning Xue Qingzhu as well, and she even said that she wanted to be like Xue Qingzhu. At that time, Huangfu Mengyuan deliberately hid the fact that Xue Qingzhu was a woman from Duan Lingtian, so he assumed he was a male cultivator. He thought his senior sister idolized the other party simply because the other party was extraordinarily talented. It was only later on that he realized Xue Qingzhu was a woman. Xue Qingzhu was completely focused on cultivation, so she did not have time for other matters such as marriage. As she grew stronger, quite a few people mentioned the matter of marriage to her, but she did not take them seriously. Moreover, it was difficult for her to find a man about her age who was as strong as her, let alone find one that was stronger than her. She naturally had no interest in men who were inferior to her. For this reason, she was single until now. In fact, her life was rather similar to that of Feng Qingyang. He also devoted himself to the sword Dao and to growing stronger. For that reason, he had been single. It was also due to his inexperience that he did not know how to express his feelings to Xue Qingzhu. Xue Qingzhu was also inexperienced in this regard. Even if it was obvious that Feng Qingyang liked her, she did not notice it. She only thought that Feng Qingyang treated her as a friend until Duan Lingtian asked if she was single and recommended Feng Qingyang. After that, she recalled how friendly Feng Qingyang had been, and she could not help but blush. At the same time, Feng Qingyang was embarrassed. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so straightforward. He could not help but glare at Duan Lingtian before he explained, "Miss Xue, he was just joking with you." Xue Qingzhu nodded and took a deep breath to calm down before she looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously, "Mr. Duan, I came here with Mr. Feng to spar with you. I heard Mr. Feng said that you're stronger than him. I really want to see it for myself." Duanling Tian smiled and said, I don't mind sparring with you. However, I'm not very motivated since there's no prize or benefit to it, little Tian. Feng Qingyang frowned. He did not expect Duanling Tian to make things difficult for Xue Qingzhu. After all, Duanling Tian knew he liked Xue Qingzhu. Why would he treat his master's future wife like that? Xue Qingzhu frowned slightly, but she still asked, then what kind of prize do you want? Duanling Tian pretended to ponder a moment. He did not answer the question. Instead, he calmly said, how about this? Since your strongest Dao is the sword Dao, well, spar using the sword Dao. Well, attack with all our might, and if you can stop 3 of my attacks, you win. Otherwise, you lose. Feng Qingyang raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. At the same time, a hint of anger could be seen on Xue Qingzhu's face. After all, she was also a level 7 supreme powerhouse like Duanling Tian. She felt like he was looking down on her when he proposed determining the outcome of the match with only 3 strikes. All right, Xue Qingzhu replied. Her voice was much colder than before. She really wanted to see how strong he was. In her opinion, even if according to Feng Qingyang, she was no match for Duanling Tian, the gap between their strength could not be that big. It was absolutely impossible for him to defeat her with 3 strikes. After a moment, she asked again, what prize do you want? And if I win, what will I gain? Duanling Tian smiled and said, if you win, I'll owe you a favor. I'll do anything you ask as long as it doesn't violate my principles and it's within my capability. Xue Qingzhu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was indeed a valuable prize. Duanling Tian continued to say, if you lose, you have to stay in the god-defying world for 1,000 years. To be precise, you have to stay in my master's heavenly emperor's palace in the solitary destructive heaven as a guest. Apart from that, you can't be in closed-door cultivation for more than 300 years during this time. Of course, during this time, you can return to the outer boundary if there's something urgent you have to attend to. However, you can't leave for more than a year at a time. In total, your time away can't exceed 10 years. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingzhu looked at Feng Qingyang, wondering if it was the latter's idea. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang finally realized Duanling Tian's intention. He felt that it was really worthwhile accepting Duanling Tian as his disciple. However, when he saw the expression on Xue Qingzhu's face, he looked at her innocently and shook his head. What do you think? Duanling Tian asked. Striking the iron while it was hot, he continued to goad her, Miss Xue, don't tell me you're not confident about stopping 3 strikes from me? Who knew if Xue Qingzhu did not mind staying in the solitary destructive heaven, or if Duanling Tian's provocative words were effective? In the end, she nodded and said, all right, I agree. Chapter 46-32. Hearing Xue Qingzhu's agreement, Duanling's eyes flashed a light, and then nodded, since you agreed, fellow Daoist Xue, let's find a shattered small world to discuss. I will use 3 swords to determine the outcome. Then, Duanling Tian and the others directly tore apart the space, left the Nishan realm, and randomly found a small realm that had long been destroyed in the 10,000 realms, and the power of the realm had already been drained away, and there were no more living creatures. This kind of small boundary area is barren in the eyes, like locusts passing through. Now, the place where Duanling Tian and the others stand in the air is just above the ruins of a city in this small world. There are countless ruins in the ruins. Judging from the architectural style, it is completely different from any architectural style he knows. It looks different. There is style. It's a pity that it has been destroyed in the long river of history and cannot see the glory of the past. What's more, at this time, the surrounding area where the 3 of Ling Tian stood in the air sometimes had strange turmoil in the space, and space cracks appeared on their own, and then slowly closed, appearing elsewhere, repeating itself again and again, which shows the weakness of the space barrier in this small world. Vulnerable. And this, in fact, is also the reason for losing the power of the boundary. The power of a realm is related to the rise and fall of a realm. Losing the power of a realm also means losing vitality, losing all aura in the realm, and the strength of any realm will fade with the passage of time. Gradually decrease, or even disappear completely. In this case, the strong realm destroys the weak realm and seizes the power of its realm for its own use. Today's myriad realms, the upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms, are mostly ancient realms. Under normal circumstances, the power of their realms should have disappeared in the long river of history, and even destroyed the realm. It is precisely because the powerful people in these realms are like clouds, invading the small realms everywhere, and seizing the power of the small realms to supplement themselves, they can survive for a long time. The same is true for the anti-God realm. Otherwise, the God against God realm would have disappeared in the long river of history long ago. Among the cultivators, the weak will eat the strong, and the fittest will survive. The same is true between boundaries. However, it is still the practitioners of the major realms that dominate the rise and fall of the realms. Use your sword. Wuxia Xianxia opened his mouth slowly, and the ethereal and cold figure stood with his sword. His body was as straight as a sword, and bursts of fierce aura emanated from his body, as if his whole body had turned into a sword in a defensive posture at this moment, standing proudly in the sky between. At this time, Feng Qingyang had already stood in the distance to watch the battle. At the same time, the spiritual consciousness is spread out, be vigilant in all directions, and prevent someone from approaching or even sneak attacking. Of course, the main thing is to guard against Lei Hong. Once a big war breaks out in the small world, it will definitely attract the most powerful people from all the powerful worlds. Lei Hong, as the existence of the 7th level of the strongest, will also be alarmed, and may even observe closely. If it is confirmed that the opponent is his disciple Duan Lingtian, and Lei Hong might show up. At that time, all he has to do is to contain Lei Hong in the first place and prevent Lei Hong from escaping. As long as his disciple regained his composure, it would not be difficult to keep Lei Hong. As for the bet between his disciple and the woman he likes this time, he naturally knows that there is no suspense. If his disciple really wants to be serious, even just a sword is enough to defeat the other party. After all, this disciple of mine has not only stepped into the 7th level of swordsmanship, but also has extremely high attainments in the way of infinity and control. According to his estimation, they are all at least at the 6th level. These two are integrated into the way of swordsmanship, looking at the myriad worlds, and even the places outside the world, who can be the enemy. This disciple of his really wants to strike with all his strength, even if it is him. He doesn't think he can block his sword. Good. Facing Wuxia Xianxia, who was ready and her pretty face was full of dignity, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His face was as calm as before, and he even yawned, then raised his hand unhurriedly, and struck out with a finger sword. Call out. In an instant, a terrifying sword light that seemed inconspicuous at first, but turned into a huge sword in the sky in an instant, directly splitting the sky in this small world into two, screamed and fell towards Wuxia Xianxia's place. The space there is cracked, turbulent currents abound, and even vague illusions appear, as if turning all living beings upside down. These phantoms come from Duan Lingshan's space law, refracting some scenes in the surrounding realms in the form of spatial mirror reflection. Of course, this was not intentional by Duan Lingtian. Instead, the law of space activates itself. In the face of Duan Lingshan's menacing sword, Wuxia Xianxia also moved, and the same sword was slashed out. The momentum was rolling, the sword glow swept up like a hurricane, but she stood in the heart of the storm, but she remained motionless. Even her body, there has never been any turmoil in the clothes. The extremely bright sword light appeared in this small world, as if overwhelming the world, unrivaled, invincible, mighty and fierce, facing Duan Lingshan's first sword. Soon, the two sword glows collided together. In the next moment, after a short period of tranquility, terrifying power erupted from it, sweeping in all directions, completely annihilating the small world that was originally fragmented and shaky. The small realm trembled and collapsed, and the remaining realms barely blocked the aftermath of the power from the eruption, but the remaining power of the realms was also lost a lot. Second sword. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth again, and continued to slash out with the second sword, which was slightly stronger than the first sword. Of course, it's only slightly stronger. This sword, just like before, was stopped by Wuxia Xianxia. At this moment, Wuxia Xianxia was slightly disappointed. I feel like I was fooled by fellow Daoist Feng. Didn't it mean that Duan Lingtian, his disciple, is stronger than him? It's also because Feng Qingyang doesn't know what Wuxia Xianxia thinks in his heart. If he knows, he will be extremely wronged. This kid, until now, has not used the way of control and the way of infinity. He knew that Duan Lingtian was holding back, and was preparing for the third sword to make a real move, defeating the woman he admired with one sword, so that the other party had to fulfill the bet promised earlier. Everyone, I am Feng Qingyang from the God-defying realm. This is my disciple Duan Lingtian and fellow Daoist Wuxia Xianxia from outside the realm. In order to avoid misunderstanding, please step back. When Duan Lingtian made the second sword, many powerful people from Wanjia came from a distance because of curiosity, but before they got close, they were warned by Feng Qingyang, and then they noticed Feng Qingyang's domineering spiritual consciousness enveloped their heads, and they retreated one after another while their faces were solemn. No wonder there is such a big commotion. It turns out that Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm and Wuxia Xianxia, the newly promoted 7th level powerhouse from the outer realm, are exchanging ideas. Two great existences of the 7th level of the strongest are fighting, and there is an existence of the 7th level of the strongest standing aside. This scene is really scary. It's a pity that Mr. Feng Qingyang obviously doesn't intend to let us watch, otherwise, if we can watch this match with our own eyes, it may be helpful to our cultivation. I heard that the newly promoted 7th level powerhouse from the outside world is also a sword cultivator like Lord Feng Qingyang and Lord Duan Lingtian. And when everyone receded in amazement, Lei Hong, who had just sneaked out of the bright light realm and was hiding in the dark, also received the news. His eyes suddenly lit up. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang have left God against God realm? Chapter 46-33. This is a good opportunity to enter the God-defying realm. That brother Duan Lingtian, the people who care about are all in the gods' plane of the gods against the gods, the land of the gods, and they are mainly concentrated in the Xia family, the land of the gods. Lei Hong's eyes were bright, and he felt that he had found a good opportunity for revenge, and he couldn't easily miss it. After all, now not only Duan Lingtian, but also Feng Qingyang has left the God-defying realm. Although Feng Qingyang may not be the deity who left, Duan Lingtian must be the one who competed with Wuxia Xianxia, a newly promoted 7th level powerhouse in the outside world and outside the world. The deity is undoubtedly. If it weren't for the deity, there would be no need to compete with the other party. The place left by the gods, the Xia family. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hong became more and more excited, and at the same time calmed down a little after being excited for a while. Duan Lingtian, the deity is outside, and the clone of the law of time must be staying in the God-defying realm, and it is likely to stay in the Xia family, the land left by the gods. His time law clone is too strong. Even if I recondense the strongest law clone, it is not the opponent of his law clone, and there is no way to do anything to the people of the Xia family. Last time, in the Hongmeng realm, his strongest law avatar was defeated by Duan Lingshan's time law avatar, which allowed him to see how powerful the law avatars of the 4 supreme laws are, so that he has been mainly studying the 4 supreme laws recently. I want to improve the law of death that I am good at. If his law of death can step into the realm of small perfection and condense the clone of the law, he will not be afraid of Duan Lingshan's clone of the law of time, because Duan Lingshan's law of time is also at the level of small perfection. We must hurry up. Let's just go for a trip. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hong made up his mind, with a look of madness flashing in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, you dare to attack the sect behind me, and even kill the Jesuan in my sect. This is completely disrespecting me. Hong put it in his eyes, and rubbed my Lei Hong's face on the ground. In fact, he didn't have much affection for the sect behind him. Even if the deceased Jiazun died, he didn't feel much. He is a selfish person with weak emotions. How could he be in the life and death of others? What he cares most about is his face. When Duan Lingtian shot at the sect behind him, he was hitting him in the face. Ever since Duan Lingtian took the shot, there have been rumors everywhere in the bright light realm that Duan Lingtian doesn't take Lei Hong seriously, even saying that even though Lei Hong and Duan Lingtian are the same as the 7th level powerhouse, he has no courage to find Duan Lingtian for revenge in the back. When he heard such words, he was so angry that he killed all those gossiping people. He, Lei Hong, would be afraid of Duan Lingtian? What a joke! If it weren't for Duan Lingshan's good relationship with Meng Han from the outer boundary, if it wasn't for Duan Lingshan's master named Feng Qingyang, if it weren't for Meng Han and Feng Qingyang being both Xian's 7th level existences, Lei Hong would never have taken revenge on Duan Lingtian. Tear. Lei Hong made a decisive decision, directly tore apart the space, and prepared to sneak into the Nishan realm, kill the Xia family, the land left by the gods, and destroy the Xia family that Duan Lingtian cared about, which made Duan Lingtian feel distressed, and even regretted the past. Face. And at the same time as Lei Hong left, Duan Lingtian also made the 3rd sword in the sparring with Xue Qingzhu. Before cutting out this sword, he intentionally reminded Xue Qingzhu, fellow Daoist Xue, with the 2 swords just now, I was just testing your methods casually. This 3rd sword is my real strength. You have to deal with it with all your heart. Don't wait to lose the bet, blame yourself for not being careful. Duan Lingtian reminded Xue Qingzhu in advance that the future teacher in front of him was not convinced. Good. Xue Qingzhu immediately became vigilant when she heard the words. Just now, because of the casual mentality that she could easily deal with the previous 2 swords, she also completely restrained herself. Her intuition told her that it was unlikely that fellow Daoist Feng would lie to her, and that fellow Daoist Duan should really be a big deal. Call out. When Duan Lingshan's 3rd sword was slashed out, the wind and clouds shook in an instant, and all the turbulence in the surrounding space was shattered, as if half of it had been turned into nothingness. Terrible power swept in all directions, as if shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with an overwhelming momentum. And in the next moment, it was this earth-shattering attacking gesture, which instantly restrained its sharpness and condensed itself. The sword light that flew out seemed to have become a low profile in a blink of an eye. This sword, Duan Lingtian didn't keep it anymore, and showed the 8th level of swordsmanship. The previous 2 swords only stimulated the 7th level kendo. As for the way of control and the way of infinity, he didn't intend to use it, thinking that it would be too bullying, and now he doesn't have the need to rely on those 2 methods. Using stronger swordsmanship can make this future master who is also a swordsman convinced. The 8th stage? Xue Qingzhu's expression changed. She originally thought that even though Duan Lingtian had hidden a lot of strength, his swordsmanship was at most close to the 8th level of swordsmanship, but she didn't expect that Duan Lingshan's 3rd sword cut turned out to be the 8th level of swordsmanship that was completely above the 7th level. Even if it's the breeze on the side, it still looks dull at this moment. He originally thought that his disciple was going to rely on a method in the way of infinity or the way of control to suppress his favorite woman. But it never occurred to him that his disciple stepped into the 8th level 1 step ahead of him. In the past, he said to the outside world that his disciple was better than Blue, and he was talking about the overall strength of his disciple. If he really wanted to talk about swordsmanship alone, he asked himself that he was still not surpassed by his disciple. Unexpectedly, his disciple walked ahead of him in the way of the sword without making a sound. This made him feel very complicated. This time, his disciple is really better than Blue in all aspects. Call out. Although Xue Qingzhu confirmed that Duan Lingtian had mastered the 8th level kendo, she was not intimidated. She still tried her best to deal with it. She also wanted to see the difference between the 8th level kendo and her 7th level kendo. The difference. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian slashed out with this sword, she also discovered and understood something from this sword, as if there was something worth learning from. Duan Lingshan's sword is driven by the law of space, cutting through the void, it is the sword of space. And Xue Qingzhu is good at the law of life, a sword rises into the sky, and the halo flows, as if life is sublimating. The next moment, the sword glows of the 2 collided together. Different from the previous 2 times when they were evenly matched, this time after half of Duan Lingshan's sword light was annihilated, he forcibly wiped out Xue Qingzhu's sword, and the remaining sword light was cut out unabated. Duan Lingtian saw the doubtful look on Xue Qingzhu's pretty face, his eyes suddenly calmed down, as if he lost his mind for a moment, and his face changed suddenly. Just when he was about to make a move, he saw that his master, Feng Qingyang, had already made a move. Call out. The sword light of time cut through the void, making time and a space seem to be frozen, no longer moving forward, and the sword light of Duan Lingtian was also affected. This sword, and the rest of Duan Lingshan's sword, died together, but the aftermath of power still swept towards Shui Qingzhu. Feng Qingyang set out to protect Shui Qingzhu. This is Epiphany? After the aftermath of the power dissipated, Feng Qingyang turned to look at Shui Qingzhu, only to find that Shui Qingzhu had entered a mysterious state, and after confirming that she had an epiphany, she immediately looked helpless. This girl, is she too worried about him and his disciples? This is putting their lives in the hands of the two of them. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian had time to see Shui Qingzhu's situation, his pupils shrank suddenly. Region? The land left by God in Nishan realm is a part of the small world in his body, and he discovered it as soon as Lei Hong himself arrived. Chapter 46-34. If it was in another place, even if he found Lei Hong at the first time, Duan Lingtian would not dare to confirm whether the other party was the deity or the avatar of the law, and he would need to check with his spiritual sense, or confirm after the fight. After all, the avatar of the law of the 7th level existence of Xian has reached the point where it can be compared with the deity only by looking at the outside. However, the land left by God in the Nishan realm is a part of the small world in Duan Lingshan's body, and still belongs to his small world in his body, so when Lei Hong entered his small world in his body, he not only discovered it immediately, but even it is confirmed that Lei Hong is the deity. Call. Before he even had time to say hello to his master, Duan Lingtian disappeared in a flash, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Because of the current situation of my master, I can't leave for the time being, and I need to protect my future teacher Shui Qingzhu, so I didn't pull my master to go with me, and I didn't dare to move Shui Qingzhu rashly, so as not to disturb her epiphany. The higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to encounter something like epiphany. Once encountered, it can often be greatly improved. Not to mention anything else, just say that this time Shui Qingzhu faced his 8th level Kendo epiphany, and when the epiphany is over, her attainments in Kendo will probably no longer be inferior to his master as before, and it is very likely that she will equal his master, even surpass a little. Lei Hong, since you're here this time, don't leave. Duan Lingtian directly returned to the little senior sister in his body, and after a space leap, he reached the small part of the small world in his body that he assigned to serve as the land of the gods. His eyes were radiant, with killing intent. Lei Hong, in his eyes, is the #1 enemy at the moment. He must be beheaded, otherwise there will be no small hidden danger if he stays. Although he is not afraid of the other party, he also wants to kill the other party as soon as possible. In addition, last time, Lei Hong ruined his good deeds and hindered his search for Yin Qinyan. It can be said that he has made a big hatred with him. And when Duan Lingtian noticed that Lei Hong broke into the land of the gods, Lei Hong had already arrived near the Xia family, the land left by the gods, and made a lightning strike, intending to destroy the Xia family. Boom! Lei Hong's attack was earth-shattering, his aura was like a rainbow, and his power, like the approaching doomsday, swept the world and enveloped the Xia family's residence. Inside the Xia family mansion, a large clan guard formation rose, and a translucent mask enveloped all directions. Countless purple electric snake-like thunders roamed around the translucent mask, exuding a good aura. This is also the defense of the Xia family. Means. Who? What a powerful force. This power is suffocating. In the Xia family, all the high-level members of the Xia family, including the head of the family Xia Yu and the third master Xia Jia, were also alarmed by the sudden warning of the clan guard formation, and their faces changed. Not good. The only strongest person in the Xia family has been staying in the Xia family recently, and when he sensed the power sweeping and killing from outside, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, rumble. As the power from outside like a mountain torrent sweeping across the world enveloped and fell, the Xia family's seemingly incomparably strong family protection array fell to pieces in an instant, like a chicken and a dog, vulnerable to a single blow, and it also made everyone in the Xia family feel the hearts of the people. Fear. And at this moment, call out. A sword light shot up into the sky, and then divided into thousands of sword lights in mid-air, roaring and sweeping around, interweaving into a huge sword net, intending to stop the terrifying power falling from the sky like a torrent of heaven and earth. It's Lord Duan Lingtian. Master Duan Lingtian has made a move. The eyes of all the high-level members of the Xia family lit up, as if they saw a savior, thinking that the Xia family must be saved if that one took action. However, only the strongest member of the Xia family, Xia Hechuan, changed his expression again and again. Because he has confirmed that the person who came is the existence of the 7th level Xian, and it seems that he is not a clone of the law, because the power of the opponent's shot is too powerful. Originally, he thought that as long as Duan Lingtian was around, the Xia family would be safe. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian made a move that he realized that Duan Lingtian himself should not be in the Xia family, otherwise it would be impossible to use the Law of Time clone to make a move, and the power displayed by the Law of Time clone is obviously slightly weaker than the opponent. Boom! Rumble. Soon, the palpitating force that seemed to destroy the sky and destroy the earth swept in from outside finally landed on the sword net that soared into the sky, causing the sword net to vibrate. Its color dimmed instantly, and it was crumbling. Many sword glows that had turned into part of the sword net showed clearly visible cracks, as if they might be broken at any time. This scene also made everyone in the Xia family change their faces. How is this going? Master Duan Lingtian can't stop the other party? Master Duan Lingtian casts the Law of Time. Is this his law avatar? At this moment, everyone guessed that the coming person must be the existence of the 7th level Xian, and they even vaguely guessed the identity of the other party. One of the existences of Xian's 7th order. They have also heard about the grievances between Duan Lingtian and Lei Hong, but they never think that Lei Hong dared to kill them, because they are not easy to provoke, and there are 2 whole 7th level existences of Xian. Unexpectedly, Lei Hong finally came to kill him. Moreover, he came to the door when Lord Duan Lingtian himself was not around. This Lei Hong definitely knows that Lord Duan Lingtian's deity is not there. After thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. If Lord Duan Lingtian's deity is not there, and Lei Hong is the one who comes, they are afraid that they will die today. Duan Lingtian, your mere law avatar can't stop me. Outside, there was a disdainful voice. Today, I, Lei Hong, will destroy your legal avatar and Xia family, and let you know what will happen if you offend me, Lei Hong. In the next moment, a more powerful force swept in from the outside, just like the second wave pushing the first wave to impact and fall. It's over. The members of the Xia family were in despair. Really, region. And at this moment, the sword net that was about to be shattered in the sky suddenly extended 2 strange auras, which made the sword net seem to be strengthened in an instant. Even if Lei Hong's second wave of offensive came, it was still failed to break the sword net. Lei Hong outside was just a little puzzled, before he had time to investigate the situation. Lei Hong. A cold shout spread across the sky, and at the same time, Duan Lingtian's true self stepped out above the Xia family's residence, looking directly at Lei Hong with his cold eyes. How can it be? Lei Hong's face changed drastically. He never expected that Duan Lingtian would come back so quickly. He was not in a small realm some distance from here and outside the realm. The newly promoted 7th level powerhouse Shui Qingzhu. Thinking of his second wave of offensive just now, he almost tried his best, but he still couldn't shatter the power rising inside. What does this mean? It means that there is a deity of the strongest 7th order powerhouse in it. Coupled with Duan Lingtian who came back suddenly, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this moment, he had only one thought left. Duan Lingtian's so-called sparring with people outside is just an illusion, the real purpose is definitely to catch him. And now, the one who blocked his attack at the Xia family's residence was most likely the strong Meng Han who had been lurking in the outside world earlier in the morning. Chapter 46-35. This is the plane of the small world in your body? Duan Lingtian came back through the small world in his body. After returning, this part of the small world that was transformed into the land of the gods was merged with the small world in his body. When he appeared, he was also region noticed this. Lei Hong's face was livid, and there was a bit of regret in his eyes. Careless. Why didn't I think of this? In fact, it's not that Lei Hong couldn't think of this, but because of the details about Duan Lingtian that Lei Hong captured the most powerful person in the god-defying realm earlier, and he also mentioned some of the details about Duan Lingtian. The Dixia family, a family that has a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. According to what that person said, the land left by the gods has always existed. The reason why Lei Hong didn't take too many precautions when he entered the land of the gods this time was also because he knew that the land of the gods hadn't changed much recently, and it was still the land of the gods. Because recently, he also went to arrest some high-ranking gods who walked out of the god-defying realm to gain knowledge in places outside the world. From those high-ranking gods, he learned that the Xia family is still in the land of the gods, and Duan Lingtian is also resident in the gods. The Xia family, the place left behind, has not changed much. It was in line with everything he knew about coercing the most powerful people in the god-defying realm. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly have thought that the god-relict land that already existed in Nishan realm would suddenly be dropped by the up-and-comer Duan Lingtian? This is definitely a game he made against me. At this moment, Lei Hong cursed secretly in his heart. It's really insidious. Now, he suspects that the existence of the 7th level Xian present, in addition to the known Duan Lingtian and his master Feng Qingyang, Meng Han from the Bibo Tianfu in the outer world is probably also there, and even the newcomer in the outer world Xian's 7th level powerhouse, Shui Qingzhu, was also recruited by Duan Lingtian to act in 9 out of 10. The purpose of acting is self-evident. It is to lure him into the trap, let his true self come to the god-defying realm in person, and then keep him in the god-defying realm forever. Perhaps, Shui Qingzhu was not just here to act, but Meng Han helped Duan Lingtian find him to deal with Lei Hong. Lei Hong, since you're here, don't leave. Duan Lingtian sneered, even if there is only one person present, he is absolutely sure to keep Lei Hong. Lei Hong's deity has entered the small world inside his body, and if he wants to get out, it will be harder than climbing to the sky. On the other hand, Lei Hong, facing Duan Lingtian who had just walked out, his face turned blue and white for a while, and then he gritted his teeth and said, Duan Lingtian, do you think you can keep me if you set up a trick to lure me into the bait? You think too much. Almost at the moment when Lei Hong's voice fell, he saw something suddenly appearing in his hand. It was a dead wood with black and golden light all over its body. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a palpitating aura, which also made Duan Lingtian frowning. In this dead wood, he clearly felt the strong power of space law. Even, not weaker than the law of space where he is currently. Not good. Seeing that Lei Hong took out the treasure of the law of space, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he shot like lightning, and with all his strength, he swept towards Lei Hong, intending to keep Lei Hong in the first place. However, almost at the moment Duan Lingtian left, I saw his dark dead wood glowing with black and golden light suddenly cracked in Lei Hong's hands, and then burst out suddenly, extending a terrifying space force, covering Lei Hong's whole body inside, and then Lei Hong's body it gradually became illusory inside. At this time, one can vaguely see the headache on Lei Hong's face, which shows that the black dead wood is also a very important life-saving thing for him. If he hadn't felt that he was under the siege of the 4 most powerful 7th level powerhouses and might lose his life at any time, he wouldn't have used this whole card in his hand. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian was ready to attack, Lei Hong's figure had disappeared under the shroud of space power, and Duan Lingtian's offensive only had time to defeat the space power that sent Lei Hong away. The space law of Dzogchen contains the infinite way above the 8th level, and the power of Xian above the 8th level. One shot missed, and Lei Hong was not left behind. Duan Lingtian tried to sweep out with his divine sense, smashed the surrounding space, and searched in all directions, but still did not find any trace of Lei Hong. Obviously, he was not only sent away, but maybe he was sent directly against God Realm. This treasure. It is definitely left by the super strong before the historical partition. Now that it was confirmed that Lei Hong had run away, Duan Lingtian didn't chase after him anymore. His eyes fell on the dead wood fragments that turned into black star spots and gradually disappeared into the void. His consciousness extended over, and it was not difficult to sense a trace of familiar aura on it. The breath of the land of return. It can be seen that the black dead wood comes from the land of ruins left by the strong before the historical partition. I didn't expect Lei Hong to have such a life-saving card. It is at least the 8th level of Xian, and the treasure left by the spaced Dzogchen powerhouse who has mastered the way of infinity beyond the 8th level. This point, Duan Lingtian did not expect. What Duan Lingtian didn't even expect was that Lei Hong would run away immediately, but Fan Lei Hong hesitated a little bit, and was a little bit reluctant to use this life-saving thing. Just now he managed to keep Lei Hong. He really didn't expect that Lei Hong would be so decisive. Isn't he the only one? Lei Hong, he probably doesn't know his true strength. It is impossible for Duan Lingtian to think of the reason why Lei Hong used his life-saving whole card without hesitation at the moment he was about to make a move after he appeared was because he thought that there were still 3 powerful 7th-level powerhouses lurking in the dark, and he was deeply afraid that he would be attacked and besieged lethal. Lei Hong already regarded this as Duan Lingtian and the others trying to catch him. If Duan Lingtian knew this, he would definitely be extremely wronged, because not to mention the scene, even looking at the entire god-defying realm, he was the only one at the 7th level of Xian. The other side. Lei Hong, who had successfully escaped from birth, let out a long sigh of relief. The boat almost capsized in the gutter. Fortunately, I have a life-saving whole card that I got from a place where I returned to the ruins in the past. Pity. Such a life-saving means, such a chance, was used up so early. Lei Hong's heart was bleeding, but he also knew that at that time, he had no choice but to do this, otherwise he might die at the hands of the 7th rank of the 4 greatest powers due to a single thought. Duan Lingtian, one day, I will make you regret that you have offended me, Lei Hong. It caused me to lose my life-saving whole card, and the hatred between you and me is even greater. Even though Duan Lingtian not only showed the 8th level swordsmanship when he shot just now, but also showed the way of infinity and control, but because Lei Hong ran so fast that Lei Hong didn't notice it at all. Otherwise, he must now know Duan Lingshan's true strength. And if he knew Duan Lingshan's true strength, he would probably have the confidence to say this now. After Lei Hong escaped smoothly, Duan Lingtian quickly walked out of the Nishan realm and came to the place where Xue Qingzhu had an epiphany, but found that Xue Qingzhu was still enlightened there, and his master Feng Qingyang stayed aside like a patron saint. Consciousness sweeps the quartet and is vigilant around. Did something happen just now? Duan Lingshan's sudden departure was noticed by Feng Qingyang. Seeing him coming back at this time, he couldn't help but ask for a while. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lei Hong himself has entered the god-defying realm and the Xia family, the land left by the gods. Chapter 46-36. He actually went to the god-defying realm with his true self. He also went to the land of the gods. From Feng Qingyang's point of view, if Lei Hong dared to use his true self to enter the world against the gods and the land left behind by the gods, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. You know, the land left by the gods is a part of the small world in his disciple's body, and he can return quickly through the small world in his body at any time. Lei Hong entered the land of the gods. If he used the normal channel of the teleportation array, his disciple might not be able to lock Lei Hong in the first place. However, as long as Lei Hong dares to do something, the power of the strongest 7th level, which is different from ordinary people, is enough to alarm his disciple in the first place, and be locked by his disciple, and it can even be confirmed that he came this time. The avatar is still the deity. Have you left him? Regarding Duan Lingshan's strength, Feng Qingyang couldn't be more clear. It is not too difficult to keep an ordinary 7th level powerhouse like Lei Hong, not to mention that Lei Hong went to the divine legacy, separated from the small world in Duan Lingshan's body. Place. But now, the reason why he asked this was because he felt something was wrong. Lei Hong, after all, is also a strong 7th order Xian. If his disciple Duan Lingtian kills Lei Hong, logically speaking, there will definitely be a very astonishing phenomenon of heaven and earth on the Nishan realm. The vision of heaven and earth, accompanied by the pouring rain of blood, seems to be the anger of the sky and the hatred of the people. Although his true self is here, he still has a clone of the law in the god-defying realm, and he didn't notice anything unusual. Let him run away. Duan Lingtian shook his head, because his expression was so indifferent that his master Feng Qingyang couldn't see his mood, and he couldn't confirm whether Lei Hong was left behind by him. In Feng Qingyang's view, even if Lei Hong has not been killed, it is a good thing as long as Lei Hong is kept. After all, that is Lei Hong's real deity. Ran? However, what Ling Feng Qingyang never expected was that Lei Hong ran away. How is this possible? Then Lei Hong, is it possible that there are other tricks to suppress the bottom of the box? This was the first thought that came to his mind, and he asked aloud at the same time, because he always felt that this matter was not that simple. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of his disciple Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be able to handle the who broke into the god-defying realm. Region of the land of the land. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then told the details of Lei Hong's escape one by one. For Lei Hong's decisive escape, he is still a little puzzled. Then Lei Hong is a little too timid, isn't he? He actually has the life-saving means left by the Xian 8th level powerhouse before the historical partition. Feng Qingyang sucked in a breath of air conditioning, and never thought that Lei Hong escaped with the help of the life-saving means left by the super-strong before the historical partition. It is also necessary to pay a considerable price to condense it in the special dead wood. With Lei Hong's means, even if I was there at the time, I'm afraid I can only watch him flee. Feng Qingyang sighed, and his words were quite regrettable. He was only a little bit close to leaving Lei Hong behind, so as to avoid future troubles. But he didn't expect Lei Hong to have such life-saving means. This time he is lucky, next time, he will not be so lucky. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes, with a murderous intent. I don't believe he can use such a life-saving method a second time. Before Lei Hong escaped, when he used the life-saving means, although he didn't show it on his face, there was a clear look of reluctance and determination in the depths of his eyes, and 9 out of 10 he didn't have the second piece of life-saving dead wood in his hands. And that thing is unusual, and it's normal not to have a second piece. He who inherited the memory of the old man Wukong knows very well how difficult it is to forge such a life-saving dead wood. At least he has to carry it with him for more than 10,000 years, and he can only breed one piece of life-saving wood at a time. Such things are usually used to save the lives of their closest descendants. Feng Qingyang smiled wryly. Let him escape this time. Next time he might not dare to go against the god realm easily. Duan Lingtian naturally knew this. However, he didn't care. That Lei Hong has stepped into the 7th level of Xian anyway. He really doesn't believe that Lei Hong can never shrink back. In other words, if Lei Hong really can't shrink back, even if there is no chance of killing Lei Hong in the future, he will admit it. Master, if the next person succeeds in enlightenment, his strength may not be inferior to yours. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, looked at Xue Qingzhu who was not far away, changed the subject and said with a smile, when she wakes up from the epiphany and fulfills her bet to go to your place as a guest, don't waste your time and take her down as soon as possible. Lest you have long nights and dreams. If she can't be my teacher's wife, I will be a big loser if I help her realize this. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Qingyang glared at him angrily. Turn around and wait for fellow Daoist Xue's epiphany to come to an end, and you will also compete with me to demonstrate the 8th level sword art. You have hidden it so deeply that even I don't know that your sword art has gone further. That is, it has only recently broken through. Duan Lingtian laughed. After walking here for a while, seeing that Xue Qingzhu had no intention of waking up, Duan Lingtian didn't stay here any longer, as long as he had his master here. It happened that after Xue Qingzhu woke up, he found that his master was his guardian, and he was moved again. What Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that. On the 3rd day after he went back, another heavenly word appeared again. This time, the appearance of the heavenly Tao text was not to announce to the quartet that someone had broken through to the 7th level of Xian. It's an upgrade announcement about the function of the Babel Tower. From now on the side of all the entrances of the Tongtian Tower, there will be a second purple thunder winding exit, for those who have stepped into the strongest realm to enter, and pass the checkpoint test set by the Tongtian Tower in it, and they can gain insight into history. The law left by the Master and the opportunity of the 4 ways of heaven and earth, in which practice can get twice the result with half the effort. All the most powerful people will appear in the exclusive independent space when they are transferred into it. The strength and soul realm in the body will also be limited to the realm of the upper gods, which will help to comprehend various laws, and will recover on their own after leaving the Tongtian Tower. Duan Lingtian couldn't help frowning after reading the heavenly Tao text. What's the situation? According to the meaning of the words of Tian Dao, is it intended to help a group of powerful people and saints quickly increase their strength? If it is said that the appearance of the heavenly Tao talisman in the past, he thought it was aimed at him and his master Feng Qingyang. Well, now that the new function of the Tongtian Tower has appeared, he feels that it is not only aimed at those who have just stepped into the 7th level of Xian, but also at the stronger half-step world venerable among the Xians, Jiazun. Even targeting most Xians. Today's semi-saints and saints were basically invincible high-ranking gods, among the high-ranking gods in the past. Why are you so reluctant to step into Xian? Isn't it because after stepping into Xian, the difficulty of comprehending the law will increase a lot? Therefore, more people feel that it is the wisest decision to comprehend the law of Dzogchen in the realm of high gods, and then step into the realm of power. But now, the appearance of these heavenly characters in front of us undoubtedly subverted the past cognition. In the future, the upper gods can step into the Xian realm at any time, and there is no need to consider the difficulty of comprehending the law will increase, because they have the Tian Tower to support them. They only need to enter the Tongtian Tower to retreat, and there are the laws left by the strong before the historical partition and the 4 ways of heaven and earth for viewing. Chapter 46-37. Now, it was not just Duan Lingtian who saw the heavenly words appearing at the end of the cracked sky. Even other people in 10,000 realms and even places outside the realm have seen it. For a time, the expressions on the faces of many half-step realm masters and realm masters from the 10,000 realms, as well as the half-saints and saints in the land outside the realm, became a little unsightly. Are you kidding me? In the past, when they were still high-ranking gods, the call to the supreme realm came many times. Because the laws had not yet understood the realm of Dzogchen, they were worried that it would be difficult to see the law of Dzogchen after they stepped into the supreme realm, so they could only forcefully stay in the upper realm. In the realm of gods, only after you have become the invincible high-ranking god and the call of the most powerful realm comes again, will you be willing to take advantage of the situation and step into it to become the most powerful. During that period, even if they knew that if they immediately stepped into the strongest position, they would be stronger than the average strongest person at the bottom, they still were not in a hurry to step into the strongest position. He is even willing to work under ordinary powerful people and grovel. Only they themselves know the hardship and bitterness involved. However, after later stepping into the strongest level with the invincible strength of the superior god, and achieving the 5th and 6th levels of the strongest, they felt that everything in the past was worth it. Otherwise, if they had stepped into the strongest level earlier, it is absolutely impossible to enter the 5th or 6th level at this moment. And now, the Tian Dao text has been published to all directions, revealing the new function of the Tower of Babel, which actually allows the most powerful person who enters it to suppress their power and soul realm to the upper level realm, and can pass the level test inside, observe and understand the corresponding laws left by the strong before the historical separation, the 4 paths of heaven and earth. This is tantamount to giving all the strongest a pair of wings to take off. It's like cheating on them. Although they are also vested interests, and now they can enjoy this benefit by entering through the new entrance of Babel Tower, they still feel unwilling to do so when they think of their hard work in the past. They feel that the law of heaven is unfair, and this time they deliberately target them. They are the most powerful 5th level and 6th level beings. Before today, I never dreamed that what happened to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in the past would happen to people like us. God is unfair. It's really unfair. However, I can't compare with those 2 adults. After all, we are also profitable this time. With the new functions of the Babel Tower, I will hopefully go 1 step further and become a realm master, and even sprint to the extreme power the 7th level, obtains the unparalleled honor of being announced separately by Tian Dao characters. Among the strong men before the historical separation, there are many who are at the 7th level and above, and there are even super strong men of the 8th and 9th levels. In other words, this new entrance to the Tower of Babel will be a step ahead for those who have entered the 7th level of the most powerful. It is also an opportunity to quickly improve themselves. In the land of 10,000 realms and beyond, a group of strong men of the 5th and 6th levels showed their unwillingness to give up. When they complained to their friends, they kept sighing. This day, things have really changed. In the future, when the superior gods break through to the most powerful realm, they no longer need to worry about anything. They can just break through and it's done. As long as the Babel Tower is here, not only will it not be more difficult to comprehend the laws in the future, but it will also be easier than before. Yes, this is to urge the superior to step into the most powerful realm. In the past, high-level gods would not easily step into the most powerful realm unless their potential was exhausted and a 1,000-year catastrophe was at stake. But from today on, all high-level gods who sense the call of the most powerful realm will no longer need to "I won't be promoted anymore." It is conceivable that from today on, whether it is our world or the places outside the world, a large number of powerful people will be born. And this is indeed the case. A group of high-ranking gods in the 10,000 realms and beyond the world, who have not yet sensed the call of the Supreme Realm, all think that as soon as the call of the Supreme Realm appears later, they will respond as soon as possible and step into the Supreme Realm, because only in this way can they enter. The second entrance to the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel serves the most powerful and does not accept high-ranking gods. Damn! Why didn't this heavenly text appear a few days in advance? I just rejected the call to the strongest realm 2 days ago. Damn it. It won't be that simple to step into the strongest realm next. I regret it. Are you kidding me? I just refused the call to the strongest realm half a month ago. Many high-level deities with good talents, who had just rejected the call of the most powerful realm some time ago, all regretted it after carefully studying the meaning expressed in the words of heaven. They got so angry that they started to curse, and they kept swearing. The way of thieves and the ways of dogs. And those high-ranking gods who have not yet sensed the call of the most powerful realm are eagerly waiting for the arrival of their own call to the most powerful realm. Senior brother, I heard you say that you refused the exchange of the strongest realm 3 years ago. Next, I may enter the strongest realm before you. If I gain something from entering the Babel Tower, I will definitely give it to you after I come out. You share. In another plane of gods in the inverse god realm, an elder from a top giant-level sect said playfully to the senior brother next to him. In exchange, it was a scolding from the other party, roll. He was already in a bad mood, and his junior brother came to add fuel to the fire. Didn't this make him even more uncomfortable? Senior brother. If you dare to talk any more, believe it or not, I will beat you up. Don't forget, you are not the strongest yet. Similar scenes were staged all over the world and beyond. Some people were happy, while others were yelling. As for those ordinary and powerful people, they are now seeing the words of heavenly Tao. After carefully studying the profound meaning, as long as they have nothing urgent to do, they will rush to the direction of the entrance of Babel Tower as soon as possible. The entrance of Babel Tower in the past, it's no secret for a long time, but the current second entrance is right next to the original entrance. What the Tiandao text says is the entrance entwined with purple thunder. Someone arrived near the original entrance of the Tower of Babel and found that there was another entrance on the scene. It was a black vortex wrapped with purple thunder. The original pure black vortex formed a sharp contrast. No one with a clear mind would notice it. Might be wrong. Moreover, even if someone makes the wrong choice, they will not be able to enter the original entrance of the Tower of Babel. Because, the threshold of that entrance is the 6th level of the strongest. Suppress your cultivation to reach the realm of high-level gods, pass the level test, and get the opportunity to observe and understand the laws left by the strong before the historical separation and the 4 paths of heaven and earth. Feng Qingyang, who was protecting the Dharma beside Xue Qingzhu, showed some yearning in his eyes after reading the announcement of the Tiandao text. He knew that this was not only an opportunity for those high-level gods and ordinary powerful people to become stronger, but also an opportunity for powerful 7th-level beings like him to become stronger. Chapter 46-38. However, longing for longing, Feng Qingyang quickly retracted his thoughts, and his eyes fell on Qianning not far away. At least, he couldn't walk away until the woman in front of him who was still immersed in enlightenment woke up. He couldn't just ignore her, right? I really admire Xiaotian. I don't know how these ladies managed to take care of both. Feng Qingyang felt a sigh in his heart when he thought that his disciple had several wives. In the past, he thought that women were a stumbling block for men on their way to cultivation, but now his disciple Duan Lingtian, who is more talented than others, has given him a good education. Class. Moreover, his disciple also said something to him: men and women are matched, so work is not tiring. Perhaps, this is why Xiaotian can take a step ahead of me in swordsmanship so quickly and reach the 8th level? Thinking of this, Feng Qingyang's eyes fell on Xue Qingzhu again, with a little more expectation and yearning. This was the first woman he had been attracted to in his life. No matter what the result was, he would give it a try, otherwise I am afraid that I will have regrets for the rest of my life. Although the main body was guarding Xue Qingzhu, Feng Qingyang's law clone was not idle and immediately arrived at the entrance to the only Tongtian tower in the Nishan realm. The entrance to the Tower of Babel is not on any of the planes of the gods, but is located on the plane of the heavens, the Jade Emperor. When Feng Qingyang's law clone arrived, a lot of people had already gathered here, and some people just flew into the new cave entrance surrounded by purple thunder not far from the pitch-black cave entrance. This new cave entrance is the portal that the Tower of Babel opens to beings above the Supreme Realm. Lord Feng Qingyang. I've met Master Feng Qingyang. A group of powerful people present saw the arrival of Feng Qingyang's law clone. Naturally, they couldn't tell whether it was the original body or the clone, and they all saluted respectfully. They were all present when Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian gave a sermon in the past, and they recognized Feng Qingyang at a glance. Hello, everyone. Feng Qingyang smiled slightly, and then asked, have you tried whether the law clone can enter the new entrance of Babel Tower? Facing Feng Qingyang's inquiry, a seemingly old and powerful person immediately answered him, Lord Feng Qingyang, many people have tried just now, but the clone of the law cannot enter the Tower of Babel. Of course, the strongest person to try is the Realm Master, who is at the half-step Realm Master realm. There are many world leaders in the Nishan realm, which were decided many years ago, including the rising star Xiaomubai. At that time, Xiaomubai had just entered the half-step World Master realm, which was the 5th level of the most powerful. After Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian broke through one after another and became the most powerful 7th level beings, Xiaomubai and other god-defying realm masters also proposed to let them too become realm masters, and they, the original realm masters, were demoted to vice-realm lord. They all think this arrangement is appropriate. However, both Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang have a laid-back temperament and have no interest in becoming the master of the god-reverse realm. Although even if they become the realm master of the Nishan realm, they do not have to be busy with the Nishan realm, but it is not the style of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang to do nothing in their positions, so they refused. He realm master, not long after the law clone left, his true self has already entered. The most powerful man said again. Master. But at this moment, a voice came. Feng Qingyang took a look and found that his disciple Duan Lingtian had arrived. At first glance, he was not sure whether it was the clone of the law or the original deity. Lord Duan Lingtian. Lord Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian appeared, and everyone present saluted respectfully, even more respectfully than when they faced Feng Qingyang before. The main reason is that Duan Lingtian preached to them in the past, not only on the way of swordsmanship, but also on the way of infinity and control, which benefited them a lot and made them feel grateful to each other from the bottom of their hearts. However, although they knew that Duan Lingtian was also good at those two arts, they subconsciously did not feel that Duan Lingtian had strong attainments in those two arts. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young to have 3rd level and 4th level talents in those two arts. The achievement is already quite good. Even the most powerful man who was abducted by Lei Hong in the past, although he was present when Duan Lingtian preached, but because he was not good at the way of infinity and control, he happened to be on the way of swordsmanship, so that later when Duan Lingtian talked about the other two paths, he didn't listen at all and was still digesting the contents of the sword path that Duan Lingtian talked about before. Because of this, Lei Hong found out the details of Duan Lingtian from his mouth, not including that Duan Lingtian was also good at the way of control and the way of infinity, and did not know Duan Lingtian's true strength. Otherwise, he might not have dared to break into the god-defying realm so easily not long ago. After Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at everyone, he looked at his master again and asked with a smile, "Master, do you want to try to use the law to clone into the new entrance of Babel Tower?" "Want to try it?" Feng Qingyang said. "If you can't get in, I tried before." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "The first time I saw the text of Tian Dao, my law clone came here, and even rushed in front of Xiao Jiezhu and Zhang Shan, but was unable to enter. I think it was either the Babel Tower's attack on the law. The clone has limitations, or there is no way to accommodate the clone of the law. I think it's the latter. No matter how realistic the clone of the law is, it is not a real flesh and blood body. Moreover, if the law clone enters it, it can only understand the corresponding law. However, the four paths of heaven and earth, and the law clones cannot be understood alone. The law clone can use the four paths of heaven and earth that the original master has understood, but it cannot comprehend the four paths of heaven and earth alone. Duan Lingtian has known this for a long time. Even if the clone of the law can understand the law, the efficiency of understanding it is far less than that of the original deity, not even 1/10 of the efficiency of the original deity. The meaning of the existence of the law clone lies more in combat. Then you are coming here now, ready to go in? Feng Qingyang suddenly realized. It turned out that his disciple had the law clone come over immediately, even earlier than he did. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, "Get ready to go in and take a look." Then, when Feng Qingyang's law clone frowned, he sent a message at the right time and said, "Master, I know you are a little worried. Could this be a set made by heaven against the two of us, and you want to target them inside us? But, I think it's almost impossible. If heaven can really kill us, why bother with so much effort? If you really want to set a trap, can't you just set one at random? As for the bait, Master, you are alone, but I am not alone. Moreover, the emergence of the new function of Babel Tower this time is more like the intention of heaven to increase the number of the most powerful people in the world and outside the world, and to help all the most powerful people, including us, improve their strength." Chapter 46-39. Duan Lingtian, "If not for some careful consideration, it would not have been possible for me to come in person." He first used the law of time clone to come over to see the situation. After confirming that the law clone could not enter, he thought about it for a while and felt that there was basically no problem. He decided to enter the Babel Tower to explore the way of heaven for the most powerful people like them. A prepared place for experience and cultivation. "Master, after you and I stepped into the 7th level with our own efforts, the way of heaven came to the Babel Tower to help other 6th level beings break their shackles and give them the opportunity to step into the 7th level. And many people did step into the 7th level after that. There are not many people in the 7th level right now. It's entirely because the Babel Tower has only arrived in a short period of time. After thousands or tens of thousands of years, more powerful 7th level people will appear." When the message came to this point, Duan Lingtian paused and continued, "At that time, you and I subconsciously felt that this was the way of heaven targeting us. In fact, even other outsiders are also suspicious. Before the new functions of the Tower of Babel appear this time, I still have doubts. Now, this suspicion has faded a lot. According to the memory of old man Wukong he inherited, before the separation of history, there were some tests that were suspected to be sent by heaven, which required entering an independent space. Old man Wukong himself had gone in before, and came out safely and unscathed every time. The reason why it is said to be suspected is because old man Wukong is not sure that it is a test sent by heaven, but he does not think that anyone can leave such a test, even he who once stepped into the 9th level of the strongest, and there is no way to set up such unpredictable tests. As for what old man Wukong believed in his memory, the reason why heaven chose to annihilate the world and return the world to chaos was because he was afraid of the existence of a powerful 9th level person like him, fearing that he would override heaven. So we must kill him. After thinking about this matter several times, Duan Lingtian felt that it was untenable. If you really want to kill old man Wukong, even if Tiandao can't do it himself, you can still create various dangerous situations to trap Old Man Wukong. Even if you only need to show the heavenly words and offer a reward for Old Man Wukong, as long as the reward given is generous enough, many strong people will be willing to take action against Old Man Wukong. Before the separation of history, in the memory of Old Man Wukong, he had never seen the Tiandao characters. At this point, Duan Ling Tian was actually a little puzzled. He couldn't figure out why the heaven never sent down the heavenly words in the period of history where Old Man Wukong existed before the separation of history. Even if it is a test that is suspected to be set by heaven and comes with generous rewards, it is discovered first and then spread artificially. I'm afraid there are some secrets that we can't guess. Just like in the memory of Old Man Wukong, in the world before the historical separation, there were no 9 entrances to mysterious places that are present in many realms of the world today. If so, where did the powerful monster with the 8th level or above of power come from? Did it appear after the historical separation? If it appeared after the historical separation, and the Tiandao text was announced, why did it say that Master, you are the first 7th level strongest existence after the historical separation? 9 entrances to mysterious places, corresponding to 9 monsters of the 8th level and above. What is the space where they are located? You don't need to guess the power that prevents them from entering the human world. It must be the means of heaven. Master Feng Qingyang knew that he had inherited the memory of Old Man Wukong, a super strong man before the historical separation, so he began to analyze it with his master while transmitting the message. Even for a moment, he once speculated that the reason why heaven lowered the Babel Tower and activated 2 of its major functions in succession was also related to the mysterious place that the 9 entrances lead to. Tiandao now obviously intends to improve the strength of all the strongest people in this world. But in the past, not only did it not do this, it even set up heavy restrictions to suppress the most powerful people and prevent them from entering the 7th level. Until, in this world after the separation of history, he and his master, 2 strongest 7th level beings, who broke the shackles, appeared. The way of heaven, like a fickle woman, no longer suppressed the strongest like in the past. First, it gave the most powerful the opportunity to step into the 7th level, and now it gives all the most powerful the opportunity to improve their strength. In fact, he is still inducing the superior gods to enter the most powerful realm as soon as possible. Tiandao, why do you do this? Feng Qingyang couldn't figure it out either. Master, do you think this is the case? Duan Ling Tian expressed his personal speculation, because you and I have stepped into the 7th level of the strongest one after another, it may have affected this world, making it impossible for heaven to borrow power from this world to block the 9 mysterious entrances as in the past. The terrifying creatures behind, and other powerful beings in the space where the terrifying creatures are? As for the way of heaven in the past, to a certain extent, it restricted the emergence of the most powerful people, and did not allow the most powerful 6th level people to go further and step into the 7th level. Is it because Tiandao is afraid that they will affect it and leverage this world? Now, can it be understood as? Since you and I stepped into the 7th level one after another, the way of heaven can no longer borrow as much power as before, so that it is a bit overwhelming? So, it just breaks the jar and lets us deal with the terrifying creatures behind the 9 mysterious entrances? This is Duan Lingshan's own imagination, borrowed from the so-called power of realm from all walks of life. The power of the realm can be controlled by the realm masters of all realms, but it can only be used to stabilize the space barriers around the realm. In addition to consuming it in this area, it can also control the power of the realm to absorb small objects. The power of the realm's realm strengthens the realm itself. It cannot be used against the enemy. After hearing Duan Lingshan's guess, Feng Qingyang's pupils shrank, and she suddenly felt enlightened, feeling that her disciple's guess was probably true. Maybe that's true. When Feng Qingyang transmitted the message again, his tone was full of shock, and he said with fear, if this is really the case, wouldn't this world be dangerous? If the terrifying creatures behind the 9 mysterious entrances are really allowed to enter this world, heaven and earth, not just all realms, even the places outside the realm will not be spared. At that time, this world may usher in a doomsday disaster. The terrifying creatures that guard the 9 mysterious entrances have the power of the 8th level. Feng Qingyang does not believe that there is no stronger being behind them. Seeing that his master was becoming serious, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Master, this is just my wishful thinking at the moment. Maybe the truth of the matter is not like this? Chapter 46-40. Although it's just your guess, it sounds reasonable to me. Feng Qingyang's voice transmission continued. As for what you said before, the old man Wukong before the historical separation has never seen the Tiandao characters appear. It should be that era when Tiandao felt that there was no need for him to appear in any form. And in this era, the reason why the way of heaven appears is probably because he suppressed us too hard in the past. Having said this, he paused for a moment, his eyes shining brightly, like divine light. I guess that before the separation of history, the reason why heaven wanted to destroy the world and return the world to chaos was precisely because there was an enemy invasion. Tiandao should have felt that the strength of the group of people before the historical separation was not enough to resist the invading enemies, so he simply killed them all and allowed the power of this world to belong to him, thus consolidating the space of this world. Barrier to resist foreign enemies. The foreign enemy is the powerful life behind those mysterious entrances. When Chuanin said this, Feng Qingyang's tone became a little high-spirited, as if a light flashed in his mind. That's right. In this way, it can also explain why the memory of old man Wukong that you inherited does not have the existence of those mysterious entrances, because in the era when they were alive, foreign enemies had not invaded from outside this world. When foreign enemies invaded, because heaven felt that they were not strong enough to defend this world, they simply launched a plan to destroy the world. Chaos reopened, and those of us who were separated from history appeared. In order to prevent the most powerful people from occupying the power of this world, heaven put many restrictions on the rules so that the most powerful people would not appear too many, or even exceed the limit. The stronger, the less powerful. No one is allowed to appear even if they are the strongest 7th level or above. Until you and I, two odd numbers, appeared and broke Tiandao's original plan. This time, for some unknown reason, Tiandao did not intend to continue to launch the apocalyptic plan. Instead, he did the opposite and took the initiative to help us improve our strength and give birth to the strongest. It must be just as you guessed, he wanted us to resist foreign enemy. Feng Qingyang made some guesses and became excited as she talked. The more she talked, the more she felt that her guess was accurate. After hearing his master's guess, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that based on his guess, his master could also make so many extensions, and all aspects of the analysis were reasonable. Can't find anything wrong. Is it possible that this is really the case? At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but agree with his master's guess. So, Xiaotian, you are right. Tiandao, I should not be targeting you and me from the beginning to the end. It's just that the appearance of you and me has prevented it from resisting foreign enemies as easily as in the past. We broke the balance, so it simply launched the prosperity plan that is different from the doomsday plan. Duan Lingtian was speechless after hearing his master's words. The plan for a prosperous age came out of his master's mouth. Simply outrageous. Don't say it yet, don't say it yet, it sounds reasonable. Master, I'll go in first to explore the way and see what's going on inside. When the future master wakes up from her epiphany, you can wait for me to come out and then go in. Although I guess that the way of heaven will not target you and me, it is still necessary to be steady. You wait until I come out and then let me go in. When Duan Lingtian said this, he changed his subject and said, Master, you must win that one. I already regard her as the future master's wife. If our guess is correct, I am afraid that many powerful beings above the 7th level will be born in this world in the future. As the first batch of powerful men above the 7th level, it is beneficial but not harmful to us to have more people around us. I heard from Master Xiao that the future master's wife is in a place outside the realm, but she has 12 sworn brothers and sisters, as well as 2 saints, and the rest are semi-saints. If you take her down, it will be equivalent to taking over the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty, a huge force in the outside world. Feng Qingyang was still guessing and thinking, but she didn't expect that her disciples suddenly changed the topic and brought the topic to Shui Qingzhu, and she couldn't help being stunned for a moment. After being embarrassed for a moment, he came back to his senses and glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. "You kid, you're getting older and younger, and you've started teasing your master and me. My admiration for fellow Daoist Shui is from the bottom of my heart, not driven by profit. Even if she and I get together in the future, it has nothing to do with interests." Hearing this, Duan Lingtian said yes repeatedly, then said hello again, and was about to enter the new entrance of Babel Tower to check out the situation. During the time when he was communicating with his master via voice transmission, many more powerful people from the god-defying realm entered inside. Just after saying hello to his master and watching the opponent's law clone leave, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure coming from a distance before he could go in. He couldn't help but pause for a moment, waiting for the person to come from far away. Fengxiu Yufeng came here. The person who came was a woman, wearing a gorgeous long dress, with a graceful figure, a colorful belt tied around her waist, long hair like a waterfall, a delicate face, and an aloof temperament. It was Duan Lingshan's senior sister in the inner palace of Wanfa Academy, Huangfu Menyuan. "Sister, are you also planning to enter the Tower of Babel?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Seeing Duan Lingtian, Huangfu Menyuan's cold and pretty face suddenly revealed a smile, like an ice lotus blooming, full of beauty, eye-catching. "Junior brother, come here, are you ready to go in?" Huangfu Menyuan asked. "Right." Duan Lingtian nodded, "Get ready to go in and take a look." The two chatted and exchanged some greetings. Duan Lingtian learned that of the other two senior brothers and the fourth senior sister, only the fourth senior sister remained in the inner palace to practice and take charge. The other two senior brothers had gone to the outside world to practice. To find a way for the call of the greatest realm to return, for they had rejected it once in the past. After being rejected once, it will not be that simple if you want to step into the strongest position again. Soon, Duan Lingtian watched his senior sister Huangfu Menyuan enter the Babel Tower, and then followed her in. When he entered, there was almost no one outside. The most powerful people who wanted to enter the Tower of Babel all went in. As for those who haven't entered yet, they either have no plans to come yet or are on their way there. After entering, will your strength and soul realm be suppressed? With this curiosity, Duan Lingtian swayed and entered another purple thunder-wrapped entrance near the original entrance of Babel Tower, and disappeared into it in a blink of an eye. Chapter 46-41. Stepping into the entrance of the Babel Tower surrounded by purple thunder, Duan Lingtian felt a huge suction force sweeping through him in just a moment. His eyes went dark and then lighted up, and he found that he had come to a vast white space, and all the eyes could see. It's white fog, making it impossible to see through everything around me. His subconscious consciousness unfolded. It was at this moment that Duan Lingtian took a deep breath secretly, and a trace of sincere fear flashed in his eyes. He discovered that the soul realm corresponding to his spiritual consciousness had actually fallen to the upper-level realm. Speaking of which, he had become the most powerful person not long ago, and he was still very familiar with the spiritual consciousness of the upper-level realm. My power. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sensed the power in his body and discovered that his power was no longer the seventh level of supreme divine power, but only the power of a superior god. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed back into the superior he had been in the past. However, within this vast space of white mist, he could still communicate the laws of space of the great perfection, the laws of time, the laws of life, and even other laws of the small perfection realm with a single movement of his mind, even the attainments of swordsmanship. Still there, not half a point cut. Just like what was described in the Tiandao text when it was previously announced. Without me being aware of it, heaven's method of suppressing my soul realm and strength is really unpredictable. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized how terrifying the way of heaven is. I am afraid that it is not just what the old man Wukong in front of the historical partition thought. Going one step further on the basis of the ninth level of the strongest is enough to be on par with the way of heaven, let alone it is to overwhelm the way of heaven and no longer be restricted by the way of heaven. He inherited the complete memory of old man Wukong, and naturally knew that although old man Wukong knew the existence of the Tao of heaven, his knowledge of the Tao of heaven was limited. The reason why he felt that those with powers above the 9th level could be on par with the Tao of heaven? Because of the apocalyptic disaster before the separation of history. In that disaster, even the strongest 9th level warriors like Old Man Wukong had difficulty escaping. They could only leave a trace of their souls behind and hide in the land of return to ruins. Only then could they successfully transfer their soul's memories, and one's own inheritance are passed on. Even before he got the memory of Old Man Wukong, the remnant soul of Old Man Wukong was already crumbling in the long river of time, just like the light of a lamp that is about to run out of oil and may be annihilated at any time. The way of heaven is definitely not as simple as the Old Man Wukong thought. While Duan Lingtian was still thinking, an indifferent voice without any emotion came from his ear. Those who enter this place for the first time, within a quarter of an hour, tell me a law and a kind of 4 ways of heaven and earth that you want to observe. The level you are about to pass will also be related to that kind of law and which kind of 4 ways of heaven and earth. Related. When you reach the end of a level, whether you are unable to continue or you don't want to go any further, you can say stop trying in advance and the level will disappear by then. The number of levels you pass determines the quantity and quality of the rules left by the strong before the historical separation and the 4 realms of heaven and earth that you can observe. When you come in next time, you can directly enjoy the treatment you got from previous levels. If you want to continue to pass the next level, just say continue to pass. If you want to change the laws and the 4 ways of heaven and earth, you need to go through the level again. No need to guess, Duan Lingtian can also imagine that this voice must be caused by Tian Dao. Everyone who walks into the new entrance of the Babel Tower and enters their own exclusive experience and trial space will definitely be able to hear the rules describing the new functions of the Babel Tower. The sound of. Not much introduction, concise and easy to understand. Soon, Duan Lingtian spoke loudly, the law of time, the way of devouring. As for the law of space, he has entered the realm of great perfection and does not need to be improved. But for the law of time, after he stepped into the realm of the strongest, he found that it was indeed much more difficult to comprehend than before, even more than 10 times more difficult. It's no wonder that so many people are unwilling to step into the realm of the most powerful before the law reaches perfection. It's really difficult. But now, Tian Dao has opened a new function of the Tower of Babel, allowing him to rely on the realm of the superior God to understand the law of time, which is undoubtedly a great good thing for him. Among the laws he masters, the one he is best at is undoubtedly the law of space, followed by the law of time, and then the law of life. Therefore, this time he chose the law of time first. As for the 4 paths of heaven and earth, he had just broken through in the way of swordsmanship, and he had not fully understood the way of swordsmanship in Old Man Wukong's memory, so he was not in a hurry. As for the way of infinity and the way of control, Old Man Wukong also has it in his memory, and his attainments are not low. Only the way of swallowing among the 4 paths of heaven and earth has no relevant insights in Old Man Wukong's memory. It's not that Old Man Wukong lacks understanding, but that he has already studied 3 of the 4 paths of heaven and earth and is unable to distract himself from comprehending the 3rd one. 4 kinds. Now, Duan Lingtian chooses the way of devouring, mainly because he is curious about it, because he has not really dabbled in this way in the past. The breakthrough begins. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the previous indifferent voice sounded again. Then, a phantom formed in the void in front. It was a human-shaped phantom whose appearance could not be seen clearly. As soon as it appeared, it pushed towards Duan Lingtian with a palm. The momentum was fierce. Wherever the palm passed, the shadow of the palm seemed to teleport. Of course, this is not the teleportation secret of the space law. It was the law of time that gave Duan Lingtian this illusion. The strength of this phantom is also at the level of a high-level god, but the time law it uses is far inferior to what Duan Lingtian has mastered. As for the way of devouring, the devouring power that extends from it envelopes Duan Lingtian's body without causing any disturbance. Ripples. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was because this was only the first level. The first level is naturally relatively simple. He pointed out casually, and the sword light roared, turning into hundreds of tiny sword lights in the blink of an eye, penetrating into the shadow's body, not only stopping his offensive, but even strangling it. The second level begins. When Duan Lingtian passed the first level, the second level also came as promised. It was a little more difficult, but to Duan Lingtian it was still just a sword. Then comes the third level, the fourth level. When Duan Lingtian himself entered the Babel Tower to pass the level, not only the Nishan realm, but also the most powerful people from other realms and places outside the world, more than 70% entered the Bangtian Tower to pass the level, intending to quickly improve in it. Strength will soar to the next level as soon as possible. Those guys, why haven't they come out yet? Among the most powerful forces in the 10,000 realms and beyond the world, those who stayed behind could not help but complain after waiting for a while but not waiting for their fellow sects who had entered the Babel Tower. They also want to enter the Tower of Babel. The strength of a group of powerful people in the 10,000 worlds and beyond the world has generally begun to improve with the opening of the new functions of the Tower of Babel. And those high-ranking gods who had previously rejected the call of the Supreme Realm, such as Duan Lingshan's second and third senior brothers in the Wanfa Academy, are now anxiously looking for a way to enter the Supreme Realm. They also want to achieve the supreme power as soon as possible. Enter the Tower of Babel to increase your strength. It doesn't matter if the senior sister is stronger than them. The junior brother's strength made them despair, but at the same time, he kept spurring them on. Chapter 46-42. Time flies, like a white horse passing by, and in the blink of an eye it is more than 1,000 years later. During these more than 1,000 years, Duan Lingtian also gained a certain understanding of the devouring path in the Babel Tower. Of course, it was definitely not as good as his attainments in the way of control and the way of infinity. After all, those two kinds of heaven and earth and four ways can be passed through. Digest the memory of the old man without empty space. Over the millennium, his strength has also improved significantly. In terms of cultivation, he has also stepped from the 7th level of the most powerful to the 8th level of the most powerful. This, in fact, was a natural thing when he mastered the swordsmanship to the 8th level. He only needed to settle down and break through naturally. For example, from the 6th level of the most powerful to the 7th level of the most powerful, in addition to mastering the laws of the realm of great perfection, one must also understand a certain 4 realms of heaven and earth to the 7th level. Only then can one lead to the forbidden realm of heaven. After successfully overcoming the tribulation, he successfully broke through. Unlike the 6th level to the 7th level, which requires overcoming tribulations, the 7th level to the 8th level, as long as the realm of the 4 realms of heaven and earth is reached, the breakthrough will be a matter of course. Certainly. To this day, there are only 2 people who know that Duan Lingtian has achieved a breakthrough. His master Feng Qingyang, and his master's wife Xue Qingzhu. 300 years ago, his master and Xue Qingzhu, who came from outside the world, finally became Taoist couples. Although he pushed for it many times, the most important thing was that the two had similar temperaments. After getting along for a long time, it became natural. Walk together. As for the bet he made with Xue Qingzhu in the past, Duan Lingtian also took the initiative to cancel it. I can't do it without canceling. After all, the new entrance to the Babel Tower is not in the Nirvana heaven, but in the Jade Emperor heaven. The bet he made with Xue Qingzhu was made before the new functions of the Tower of Babel appeared. At that time, no one thought that heaven would suddenly give the Tower of Babel new functions, and that even the strongest 7th level experts would flock to it. The function of. On Xue Qingzhu's side, after the Epiphany, although she knew that the Babel Tower had new functions, she still planned to fulfill her promise. Even if she really wanted to enter the Tower of Babel. However, in her eyes, credibility is more important. However, facing Master Feng Qingyang's aggressive eyes, Duan Lingtian did not dare to let Xue Qingzhu continue to fulfill the bet, so he immediately broke the bet. Later, after getting along for a while, the two destined people came together, and Duan Lingtian was also happy for his master. Lao Feng has finally broken away from the category of old bachelor. In the past 1,000 years, due to the emergence of new functions of the Babel Tower, whether it is a group of powerful people from all realms or outside the world, as long as they are not the kind who are about to reach the end of their lifespan and have exhausted their potential, they are basically promoted in the Tower of Babel. A lot. Over the course of 1,000 years, dozens of people have survived the tribulation of the Forbidden Realm and entered the 7th level of the strongest. Over the years, the immortals in all realms and places outside the realm have almost grown tired of reading the words of heaven. Master, has your wife entered the Tower of Babel again? In a quiet courtyard of the Xia family in the land of divine heritage, Duan Lingtian picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and looked at his master Feng Qingyang across the table with a smile. Feng Qingyang nodded. She said she feels she is still close to a breakthrough in the way of swordsmanship. Let's see if she can complete the breakthrough in the Tower of Babel. If she really breaks through this time, she will be ahead of me in terms of achievements in the way of swordsmanship. When the words fell, Feng Qingyang's eyes were not only complicated, but also a little helpless. In fact, he had already touched the threshold of the 8th level of swordsmanship hundreds of years ago, but because of the bottleneck, he has not been able to successfully step into the 8th level to this day, and there is nothing he can do about it. Take this to make further progress in your cultivation. Master, it's not that easy to break through the 8th level. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If I hadn't inherited the complete memory of old man Wukong, I might not have reached the 8th level of swordsmanship by myself. He is self-aware. If it were not for the memory of old man Wukong, he might be able to surpass his master in other aspects, but in the way of swordsmanship, it is absolutely impossible to surpass his master. This master of his is a true swordsman monster. I'm not worried about her breakthrough. Feng Qingyang shook his head and smiled. I hope she breaks through and shows her 8th level swordsmanship in front of me. Combined with your 8th level swordsmanship, maybe I can successfully take that crucial step. Before Duan Lingtian could speak again, he changed his topic and looked around. My disciples and 2 disciples are still outside and haven't come back? Speaking of which, he really hadn't seen them in many years. Huaner stepped into the realm of the strongest some time ago, and is now inside the Tower of Babel. As for Kier and the others, they are indeed still outside, and they have been making noises about going to the outside world recently. They all want to go outside and try to step in as soon as possible. Reach the divine realm and become the most powerful person. Duan Lingtian said helplessly. As for the 2 children Xiling and Miantian, some time ago, while I was away, I took Xuanai, Xiaohei, Xiaobai and Xiaojin to the outside world secretly, and also used the Dragon Clan space treasure almost hid it from even my law clone. However, I still followed a law clone behind them to protect them. His wives were okay and knew that he was worried about them, so before he let go, it was impossible to secretly leave the Nishan realm and go to the outside world. However, his pair of children are newborn calves, not afraid of tigers, and don't have so many worries. According to their words, their father also relied on himself to achieve today's achievement step by step. They must also follow suit and do not want to be flowers in the greenhouse. However, only he, a father, knows how many hardships and obstacles he has experienced along the way, and how many times his life has been hanging by a thread. In the past, he had no one to rely on and could only fight on his own. Now that he has become the support of his children, he naturally does not want them to take risks like his past self. When children grow up, it's normal to have their own ideas. Feng Qingyang smiled. Duan Lingtian was just about to speak when he suddenly received a summons, which was sent to him with the help of Xiaomubai. What's wrong? Seeing the change in Duan Lingshan's expression, Feng Qingyang also realized something was wrong and asked subconsciously. Duan Lingtian raised his brows, put down the teacup in his hand, his eyes flashed. It was a message from Realm Master Xiao to me. He said that there were 3 newly promoted 7th level powerful people in Hongmeng Realm, and they entered one of the foggy areas of Hongmeng Realm together. The mysterious entrance, I want to explore the depth of the powerful monster behind. In the end, they all died inside. Hearing this, Feng Qingyang was also stunned, and immediately took a breath of air. 3 people, no one escaped. Chapter 46-43. This is what Realm Master Xiao said. Duan Lingtian nodded, placing his hand on the stone table in front of him and tapping it gently, frowning slightly. This was the first time he heard that there were beings above the 7th level of the strongest who had died, and there were 3 of them. It's amazing. You must know that there are only a few dozen powerful beings above the 7th level since his master. This is because the Babel Tower opened new functions thousands of years ago to help a group of powerful people improve their strength. Now, all 3 of them were gone. Of those 3, Feng Qingyang hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, "Is there an Agili?" "Master, did you guess this?" Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his master would suddenly say such a sentence, because Xiao Mubai did mention that the person who died in Hongmeng realm was mentioned in the message to him just now. One of the 3 most powerful 7th level powerhouses, he is exactly in the past. Before the new functions of the Tower of Babel appeared, the 5th Agil entered the 7th level of the strongest. Is he really there? Feng Qingyang's pupils shrank slightly. Judging from his disciple's current performance, he knew that he had guessed correctly. It's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Feng Qingyang smiled bitterly, and his eyes shone with the luster of sorrow. Thousands of years ago, he was very curious about the world behind the 9 mysterious entrances. He even traveled to all walks of life and confirmed that the 9 entrances in each world lead to 9 identical ones. The place. If it weren't for his limited strength, he might have explored that mysterious world long ago. So, you just said that 3 people died in Hongmeng realm, and those who died were all powerful 7th level beings. I guessed that there might be him. Feng Qingyang was also very impressed by Agil's enthusiasm for the mysterious world back then, and he could tell at that time that the other party would not give up easily. If given the opportunity, he would definitely explore the space world corresponding to the 9 mysterious entrances. Now, sure enough it is. However, the ending was unsatisfactory. As strong as Agili, he still died inside despite joining forces with 2 other newly promoted 7th level warriors. Now I feel more and more that the way the heavenly Tao opens new functions of the Tower of Babel, gives birth to the strongest, and allows the strongest to rapidly increase their strength, is probably really related to the space world corresponding to the 9 mysterious entrances. 3 of them disappeared at once. Not one of the strongest 7th level beings escaped, so it was unlikely that it was the work of a monster. Duan Lingtian guessed with a solemn expression. After all, in the past, both Master and Agili escaped from the hands of monsters after entering the mysterious entrance. If any of you can escape, let alone 3 of them, there are probably some variables inside. It's a pity that everyone died inside. I just don't know if their legal clones outside left any useful information before their original self died. Having said this, Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed, and then he almost stood up together with his master. The 2 of them unanimously decided to take a trip to Hongmeng realm to see if the 3 people left any useful news. Duan Lingtian has long heard about the space world behind the 9 mysterious entrances, which cannot be entered by law clones. Therefore, the 3 people who died in Hongmeng realm must be me. Although the other law clones will disappear as soon as the main body dies, the law clones still have time to leave some news before the death of the main body. This time, Duan Lingtian and the 2 went to Hongmeng realm, hoping to know from the mouths of the 3 people what happened before they died. A monster with the strongest 8th level strength should not be enough to annihilate their entire army. Ada Gang Tribe. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang entered the Hongmeng realm, they immediately went to the forces behind Agili. In the past, Duan Lingtian had followed Xiao Mubai, the leader of the anti-god realm, so he was familiar with the journey, and soon they with his master came to the Adagon tribe. After arriving at the Adagon tribe, Duan Lingshan's consciousness unfolded and he could detect the strange atmosphere of the Adagon tribe. Everyone seemed lifeless and lost their souls. What's happening here? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled, but he didn't know what was going on until the strong men from the Adagon tribe knew about his arrival and came out to greet him. But it was Agilis' death that plunged the entire Adagon tribe into mourning. Almost everyone in the tribe regarded Agili as faith, the greatest god, and an immortal and eternal existence. But now, the gods they believed in have died. In their world, it is tantamount to the end of the world. I came here this time to ask. Brother Agili, before he died, did the law clone who stayed here tell you about what happened to him? Seeing the sadness in the other person's brows, Duan Lingtian asked straight to the point. And this elderly elder of the Adagon tribe is also one of the few remaining realm lords in the Adagon tribe, and he is also a newly promoted realm lord in the past 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, he and the current realm lords of the Adagon tribe were just half-step realm lord. On the other side of Runi God realm, those half-step world masters have also taken a crucial step through the Babel Tower and entered the realm of world masters, and can live for a long time. They originally regarded the next powerful man's calamity as a fierce tiger, but now they didn't pay attention at all, and even agreed that the calamity could be easily overcome with one hand. These were the exact words that Realm Lord Xiaomubai told him. Of course, Xiaomubai entered the realm of realm before the new functions of the Babel Tower appeared. Now, with the help of the Babel Tower, after thousands of years, he is getting closer and closer to the 7th level of the strongest. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be the 3rd most powerful 7th level powerhouse in the Nishan realm after Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Certainly. What we are talking about here are the aboriginals of the counter-god realm. We do not include the powerful Zhang Shan of the emerged realm who later migrated to the counter-god realm, because Zhang Shan successfully stepped out of the realm as early as 300 years ago. Took a crucial step to become the strongest, the 7th level. The old man said with a bitter look on his face. Before Aguli died, he told us what happened to him and the other 2 adults inside. He said that he and the other 2 adults just planned to try out the area near the entrance. However, they never thought about the depth of that monster. As soon as they besieged the monster, they could not fight each other until the 20th move, when 2 people who were stronger than the monster suddenly came. A powerful presence. Those are 2 strong human beings. Once they take action, Aguli and the 3 of them have no chance to escape. Aguli said that one of the strong human beings is only slightly stronger than the monster, and the other strong human being is stronger than the monster. Strong, the 3 of them are also imprisoned by each other, so that there is no way to escape and return to Hongmeng realm. Chapter 46-44. After listening to the words of the world leader of the Adagon tribe, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang looked at each other, and they both saw solemn looks in each other's eyes. Behind the mysterious entrance, besides the powerful monsters that look like monsters, are there actually humans? This was something they didn't expect. According to their original guess, the creatures in that mysterious world should all exist like gatekeeper monsters. The appearance of strong human beings made them feel that the mysterious world seemed to be covered with an even more mysterious veil. Can you tell me his exact words? Feng Qingyang looked at the other party and asked. After learning from the other party the message from the law clone that Aguli left here before his death, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang asked him about the situation of the other 2 people who entered the mysterious entrance together with Aguli, and finally said goodbye and prepared to leave. Open. Condolences. Before leaving, they comforted each other, and then the 2 of them continued towards the forces behind the other 2. Those 2 forces are also the top forces in the Hongmeng realm. The former realm master has gone a step further and reached the level of Aguli. In addition, they were already on good terms with Aguli, and they were also interested in the world behind the mysterious entrance, so when Aguli took the initiative to propose an expedition, the 2 of them readily agreed and went with him. Unexpectedly, a hasty decision cost them their lives. After practicing for many years, everything has become a dream, which is sad and lamentable. It seems the world behind that mysterious entrance may be the same as ours. There are both great monsters and powerful humans. After visiting the forces behind the other 2 people and asking some questions, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang returned to the Nishan realm, their faces extremely solemn. I have a gut feeling. Feng Qingyang's eyes flickered. I'm afraid this peace right now won't last long. Duan Lingtian nodded and frowned slightly. He felt the same way. Although, he enjoys the peace of the moment and does not need to worry too much about peace. Because now he has enough strength to protect the people he cares about, and even enough to suppress everything at the moment. However, there are 9 mysterious entrances that exist simultaneously in many realms of the 10,000 realms, including the counter-god realm, and what just happened in the Hongmeng realm. Coupled with Tiando's changes in recent years, he also vaguely felt that this peace would soon be broken. Next, I will call all my relatives and friends back and let them enter the small world inside my body to practice. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice, "For them, this is the safest. For me, that's the most reassuring thing." Not only his parents and wife who are still in the anti-god realm, but also other relatives and friends, even the children who have gone to the outside world, the 3 little ones and Xuanai, he will bring them back this time and force them back. Whether they want it or not. Resistance is futile. In fact, he is doing the same now. Father. Father. Boss. Elder brother. Outside the boundary, when Duan Yintian, Duan Xiling and others saw Duan Lingshan's time law clone appearing, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Duan Lingtian could follow them here. Of course, they couldn't tell whether the Duan Lingtian in front of them was the original deity or a clone of the law, they just thought it was the original deity coming in person. Go back with me. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and without waiting for anyone to retort, he waved his hand and powerful force invaded everyone's bodies, bound them, and then led them away from the outside world. There were no hiccups along the way. He didn't even let his children wait for anyone to talk to him. If he had anything to say, he could wait until he got back. Facing Duan Lingshan's tyranny, although several people were helpless, there was nothing they could do. Compared to Duan Yintian, who was still struggling, Duan Xiling, Han Xuanai and the 3 little ones were relatively quiet, and even looked guilty at one point. Snapped. Seeing that his son was so ignorant, Duan Lingtian immediately gave him a big mouth, and the world suddenly fell silent. After bringing them back to the Nishan realm, Duan Lingtian gathered the rest of his family and friends together, told them the whole story, and told them what he and his master Feng Qingyang had guessed 1,000 years ago. Before the separation of history, because of the appearance of those foreign invaders, heaven launched an apocalyptic plan to kill everything, just to extract the power of heaven and earth to consolidate the defense line and resist foreign enemies? In this era we live in, heaven intentionally limits the number of the most powerful people and restricts the emergence of the 7th level of the most powerful. Is it to better extract the power of heaven and earth to defend against enemies? In recent years, the way of heaven has been abnormal. Is it because it can no longer bear the burden for us and we need to face the invading foreign enemies ourselves? After listening to Duan Lingshan's words, not only the family and friends around him, but also senior sister Huangfu Mengyuan and others who came from the inner palace of Wanfa Academy were shocked. Although Duan Lingtian added that all this was speculation by him and his master, everyone inexplicably felt that it made sense and that this should be the truth. For a moment, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Even Duan Yintian stopped making trouble at this time. After knowing the truth of the matter, he became completely honest. However, the dream of being strong in my heart has not been extinguished because of this, but my fighting spirit has been high. Even if I am hiding in the little world inside my father's body, I will become stronger as soon as possible and do my best for this world. I am Duan Lingshan's son, I can't embarrass my father. Duan Yintian thought silently in his heart. Over the years, he seems to be out of tune. But could it be because he wants to become an upright man like his father Duan Lingtian? His father, who rose from a humble beginning, was able to stand at the pinnacle, convincing even the veteran strongmen in the Nishan realm. All of this made him proud and even excited. He doesn't seek to be comparable to his father, he just seeks not to embarrass him. Although all of this is just speculation by Master and I, you'd better stay in the little world inside my body before confirming the truth of the matter. Duan Lingtian said. Father, the land of divine relics is also part of the small world inside your body. Can I stay in the land of divine relics? Duan Yintian asked with some guilt. None of the people present were outsiders. They had known for a long time that the land of divine relics was a part of the small world inside Duan Lingshan's body. It was possible before, but not now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although the land of divine relics is also a small world inside my body, I can get back from the outside very quickly, but it still takes some time. You cannot leave the little world inside my body until the specific threat is confirmed. Duan Lingtian was informing everyone, not discussing with them. It didn't matter if he didn't have enough strength before. Now that he has strength, he will naturally not put his family and friends in danger. Little junior brother, let the second junior brother, third junior brother and little junior sister also enter the small world inside your body. As for me, I will not enter. Huangfu Mengyuan said. After 1,000 years, the former half-step World Master elder sister has also entered the realm of World Master. As for the second senior brother, third senior brother and fourth senior sister, they have also stepped into the strongest realm one after another in these 1,000 years. Senior sister, you are already a realm master, so naturally you don't need to take refuge. Duan Lingtian smiled. He is just preparing for a rainy day. With the talent and understanding of his senior sister, he might not be able to take a further step and step into the 7th level before the disaster comes. Chapter 46-45. Sister. At this time, the third senior brother Yang Yuchen on the side shook his head and said, if I haven't stepped into the strongest realm yet, and you arrange it like this, even if I don't want to, but in order not to worry you, I will acquiesce to your arrange. But the problem is, I am now the strongest. If you become the strongest, you can enter the Babel Tower at any time to improve your strength and prepare for possible disasters in the future. As a member of this world, it is my duty to protect this world. Yang Yuchen said loudly. Before Huangfu Mengyuan could speak, Duan Lingshan's second senior brother Hong Yifeng and fourth senior sister Lang Chenyuan also spoke one after another, and the meaning they expressed was the same as Yang Yuchen. Now that they have all stepped into the supreme power, they naturally do not want to be flowers in the greenhouse. They have to rely on their own efforts to create a world, and even catch up with the senior sister. As for the younger brother, that was a complete pervert and they had no interest in pursuing it. Huangfu Mengyuan wanted to persuade them again, but after seeing the determination on the three people's faces, she couldn't help but sigh. That's it, let you go. We are all powerful people now, no longer the little monks we used to be. Duan Lingtian, who saw that senior sister was a little depressed, smiled and comforted him. Senior sister, the two senior brothers and the fourth senior sister have made such a decision. It's excusable. If any of my family, relatives, or friends step into the strongest realm, I'm afraid it will be the same. I don't want to hide in the little world inside my body. Although he can practice normally in the small world inside his body, and it is not even slower than outside, but compared to the outside, many aspects are much boring. After all, the outside world is a big dye vat of society, full of variety. And in the small world inside his body, there was very little life. Regarding this point, Duan Lingtian actually thought of a way to solve it. He has already planned to go to the realm master Xiaomubai to discuss whether the land of divine relics can be completely integrated into the small world inside his body. In this way, his family and friends can feel like they are in the land of divine relics in the past, and the land of divine relics can be this piece of land the life on the earth has skyrocketed. However, if the small world inside his body is completely integrated, it will be inconvenient for the life on the land of divine relics to leave the land of divine relics and go to the other planes of gods and even the planes of the heavens. Since he hadn't discussed it with Xiaomubai yet, he didn't mention it to his family. Yes, senior sister, don't worry, we will definitely take care of ourselves. The fourth senior sister Lang Chenyuan also comforted her at the right time. Duan Yintian, who was not far away, heard the exchange between his father and his disciples, and suddenly looked envious. It would be great if I was also the strongest. Then you don't have to hide in the little world inside your father's body. Duan Yintian had a headache when he thought of his father's boring little world inside his body. It was not as good as the little world inside his father's body that was parted and used as a land of divine relics. However, his father's attitude was very tough just now and he did not want him to continue to stay in the land of divine heritage. This made him helpless and powerless. Soon, Huangfu Mengyuan and the others said goodbye and left. They planned to enter the Babel Tower again to further improve their strength. Duan Lingtian sent his family and friends into the small world inside his body. Then, he told his master Feng Qingyang his plan. Incorporate the life on the sacred land into the small world inside your body. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. If this happens, it will be like an extra level of protection for those lives, that is, there will be appropriate restrictions on personal freedom. Yes, so I need to discuss it with World Master Xiao. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon, he sent a message and found the world leader Xiao Mubai. After hearing Duan Lingshan's plan, Xiao Mubai pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is easy to handle. You can directly integrate the sacred land into the small world inside your body. Before that, let me make an announcement to the lives on the land of divine relics. It is said that in half a year, the land of divine relics will be closed for 10,000 years. During this period, you will no longer be able to travel to and from the other planes of gods, nor can you enter the plane battlefield. In this way, those who are unwilling to accept it will naturally leave the land of divine heritage. Those who are willing to accept it will stay in the land of the gods." After listening to Xiao Mubai's suggestion, Duan Lingtian nodded. This was actually a good idea. That side of the realm formation? Duan Lingtian asked again. The part of the small world inside his body that he separated into the land of divine relics now also plays the role of the array eye of the great formation of the god realm. If he suddenly leaves, it will inevitably cause harm to the great formation of the realm. Have some impact. It's a small thing. Xiao Mubai smiled and said, "While you take back the land of the gods, I can find someone to separate the small world in the body and open another plane of the gods. In this way, the matter will be solved." The following few days. The land of divine relics has also become the focus of everyone's attention in the plane of gods in the anti-god realm. Just because news suddenly came out from the land of divine heritage, saying that in half a year, the land of divine heritage will be completely closed. For the next 1,000 years, it will no longer be possible to travel to and from the various planes of gods, nor to go there. Other places can only stay inside honestly. In other respects, everything remains unchanged. In fact, the richness of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be greatly increased, and life cultivation on the land of divine heritage will be more effective with half the effort. The reason why he said 1,000 years instead of 10,000 years as discussed with Xiao Mubai was due to Duan Lingshan's careful consideration. Thousands of years have finally taken a long time. Thousands of years are fine. As for after 1,000 years, he can connect the land of divine relics to the planes of gods, so that those who want to leave can leave, and those who want to come in can come in. It will be open for half a year, and then closed again for 1,000 years, until the guess is fulfilled. A possible disaster is coming. It didn't bother him. After all, everything is for your family, relatives, and friends to live in a more comfortable humanistic environment. If there were no other lives around, it would be no different than being locked up in a cage by a group. As for the improvement of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after the land of divine heritage is closed, it is not without purpose. Once the land of divine heritage is completely integrated into Duan Lingshan's inner world, he will be able to enjoy the spiritual energy of heaven and earth floating from that almost uninhabited area. Helps practice and improve strength. Where are you going? Go to the land of divine relics. The land of divine relics will be closed for 1,000 years in half a year. During the 1,000 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will increase dramatically. You can get twice the result with half the effort by practicing there. Similar remarks are everywhere in the other planes of gods. This also caused the life of the sacred land to increase instead of decreasing. Although some people left, more people came in. Chapter 46-46. Half year later. Duan Lingtian completely integrated the sacred land of many cultivators into the small world inside his body and placed it in a relatively central area, perfectly connected to the location of the divine tree of life. Certainly. In the area where the divine tree of life is located, he has arranged some means to prevent people from easily peeking into it. Even if a powerful world master has enough strength to break in, he will know it immediately once he gets close. However, there are no powerful Jia Zun in the land of divine relics now, and even the most powerful ones are not many. Most people don't know his purpose for doing this, but the most powerful ones do. Therefore, many of the strongest people left early. After all, you will stay here for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, Duan Lingtian will give the people inside a chance to go to other planes of gods. Although, as the most powerful people, they knew that if they begged Duan Lingtian, they would be able to leave the land of divine relics. However, everyone has time to practice in seclusion, especially those with a cultivation level like Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, it is not uncommon to stay in seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. Putting away the sacred land also meant that his family and friends had been settled. At this time, Duan Lingtian felt that there was no pressure and he felt light. Huh. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became weird. I have taken all the land of divine relics into the small world inside my body, and the 1,000-year catastrophe that heaven targets against ordinary cultivators is still can appear in mine out of thin air, a small world inside the body? He couldn't help being surprised. Although in the past, a part of the small world in his body served as the land of divine heritage, whether it was a 1,000-year catastrophe for ordinary cultivators or a 10,000-year catastrophe for the most powerful, it all happened as promised, but he was not surprised. Because of him, the divided sacred land is not closed. It has the same nature as other planes of gods. But now, he deliberately closed the small world inside his body, but found that the rules of heaven seemed to be pervasive. Even the people hiding in the small world inside his body could not escape the 1,000-year catastrophe. The same is probably true for the 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation. That's right, if we can really avoid disasters like this, no one will be afraid of natural disasters anymore. Duan Lingtian thought about it and felt relieved again, feeling that the way of heaven should be so powerful. At the same time, he was even more scornful of old man Wukong's views on the way of heaven in the past. The old man deceived him quite a lot. For a long time, he felt that if a cultivator stepped into the 9th level of the strongest, he would be able to take one step forward, on par with the way of heaven. Now it seems that the power of heaven is far beyond imagination. Master. Duan Lingtian planned to spend the rest of the time in the Heavenly Emperor's palace in Annihilation Heaven, except for entering the Tongtian Tower. He would be with his master and exchange swordsmanship with each other. Maybe one day he would accumulate enough to push the other party to a higher level. Although his family and friends are all in the small world inside his body, and he can enter the Babel Tower in this way, there is no way to open the small world inside the Babel Tower. It is obvious that the law of heaven intentionally restricts stowaways. Not long after staying in the Nirvana Emperor's palace, Duan Lingtian saw a figure he hadn't seen for a long time. Master's wife. The person who came was none other than his junior wife, Wuxia Xianxia. He is also one of the city lords of the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty in the land outside the boundary. He is also the first among the 13 city lords to reach the 7th level of the most powerful. In the past 1,000 years, 2 more city lords from the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty have successively entered the 7th level of the most powerful. This has also made the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty one of the most powerful forces in the outside world, even more powerful than the second one that has been born. The 7th strongest, the Bibo Tianfu of this level, is even stronger. Another saint from Bibo Tianfu has also entered the 7th level of the most powerful in recent years. Duan Lingshan's old acquaintance, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Tianxi, has also stepped into the saint realm a long time ago. Last time Duan Lingtian went to the outside world to relax and meet him, it can be seen that it won't take long for him to step into the strongest realm. 7th level. The Qinyan Saint Sect Realm Master Zhao Ani, who helped Duan Lingtian capture the man who killed the half-saint Duan Yuwei in the night, also successfully entered the 7th level of the most powerful hundreds of years ago. Of course, he learned about Zhao Enya's breakthrough from Meng Han. Xiao Tian. Wuxia Xianxia had been a Taoist couple with Feng Qingyang for some time, and since they were from the martial arts world, Wuxia Xianxia had long since lost his initial shyness and greeted Duan Lingtian calmly and generously. Master wife, this time you entered the Babel Tower, have you made a breakthrough in swordsmanship? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. If he breaks through, there will be something good to watch. He can see the scene of his master being brutally tortured by his own wife, and he is looking forward to it just thinking about it. It's not that easy to break through. Wuxia Xianxia sighed. The 8th level of swordsmanship seems to be right in front of you, but it is difficult to take the crucial step. I admire you for letting swordsmanship enter the 3rd level so early. The 8th level, thus becoming the world, is the first most powerful 8th level person in the land outside the boundary. Originally, Duan Lingtian wanted to keep a low profile during his last breakthrough. But the problem is, God forbids him to keep a low profile. The text of Heavenly Tao actually appeared again and was announced to all parties, saying that he had broken through to the 8th level of power and became the first person of the 8th level after the break of history. That time, all the worlds and places outside the world were boiling with excitement. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Duan Lingtian to take the next step so quickly and become the first being in the contemporary generation to step into the 8th level of the strongest. Damn it. Lei Hong, who was lurking somewhere in the Mingguang realm, changed his expression when he saw the Tiandao text about Duan Lingshan's breakthrough. He cursed repeatedly, why did this kid break through first? This makes him feel more uncomfortable than losing his cultivation level. Seeing that the master's wife had come out, Duan Lingtian did not intend to make a light bulb and entered the Babel Tower again. But this time, he came out of Babel Tower on the 3rd day after entering. Just because his law clone received a message. Not only in the Nishan realm, but also in other realms with 9 mysterious entrances in the 10,000 realms, one mysterious entrance suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. This made many people who paid attention to the mysterious entrance feel creepy. Among them, Duan Lingtian was also included. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. What is happening? After Duan Lingtian came out, he immediately gathered with his master and his wife. At the same time, Realm Master Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan, who had stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, also came. The expressions on their faces were all changed. Extraordinarily solemn. The news first came from Hongmeng realm. Xiao Mubai said solemnly, because 3 powerful 7th level experts died in Hongmeng realm last time, many people paid great attention to those 9 mysterious entrants. Just yesterday, someone discovered that one of the mysterious entrances suddenly disappeared. After the news spreads, today, including our Nishan realm, all the realms with 9 mysterious entrances have lost one mysterious entrance. Chapter 46-47. Next, it's better to be careful. Feng Qingyang spoke in a deep voice. The 9 mysterious entrances that had existed for countless years, or that had existed since the beginning of history, suddenly and strangely lost one at this time. It was hard to avoid making people ponder and even speculate. In the past, he and his disciple Duan Lingtian had guessed that Tiandao planned to let them resist the invading enemies behind the mysterious entrance, so they opened the Babel Tower to help increase their strength. They have made many preparations recently, and they are also prepared for the enemy to invade behind the 9 mysterious entrances. But I didn't expect, at this time, a mysterious entrance suddenly disappeared strangely. Several people are still talking about it. Suddenly, Realm Master Xiao Mubai's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Zhang Shan on the side was the first to notice something was wrong with Xiao Mubai's expression and couldn't help but ask. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang and Xue Qingzhu all looked at Xiao Mubai. Based on their understanding of this Xiao realm master, unless there was something shocking, they would not let him be like this at all. That's right. Did something happen again? Duan Lingtian subconsciously asked, did the enemy invade as the mysterious entrance disappeared? No. Under the eyes of several people, Xiao Mubai took a deep breath, his lips trembling slightly. The other 8 mysterious entrances have all disappeared. However, currently we only know that our Nishan realm has disappeared, and the other realms the domain doesn't know yet. When the first mysterious entrance disappeared, Xiao Mubai went to check it out personally. After confirming, he asked people to pay attention to the other 8 mysterious entrances. Just now, he received 8 messages one after another. The people he arranged to monitor the other 8 mysterious entrances all sent messages to his law avatars staying in his training place, telling him all the 8 mysterious entrances. Disappearing message. What? Feng Qingyang's expression changed. The other 8 mysterious entrances also disappeared together? Duan Lingshan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Xue Qingzhu stood aside, with a look of surprise and horror on her pretty face. Although she was not a native of the Nishan realm, when she became a Taoist couple with Feng Qingyang, she also learned about the 9 mysterious entrances to some realms of the world. I understand and have heard the speculations of the Taoist couple and their disciples. She also felt that the guess might be true. But since it is true, what happened to this sudden emergency situation? Why did all 9 mysterious entrances disappear? Could it be that Tiandao has repelled the invading enemies, so the 9 mysterious entrances have disappeared one after another? Shui Qingzhu guessed subconsciously, impossible. Feng Qingyang shook his head. If Tiandao had the ability to repel the invading enemies, how could he have allowed the 9 mysterious entrances to exist for so many years? If he really had that ability, why would he have arranged it on the Babel Tower? Is that necessary? I always feel that this matter may not be as simple as I guessed. Duan Lingtian also deeply agreed with Feng Qingyang's statement. Let's wait and see what happens next. I don't think something is right either. First check whether the other 8 mysterious entrances in other realms with mysterious entrances in the world have disappeared. This is actually very easy to confirm. Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan went out and quickly brought back confirmed news. The other 8 mysterious entrances in the major realms also disappeared. The time of disappearance was basically the same as the 8 mysterious entrances in our Nishan realm. The mysterious entrance disappeared at the same time. However, the major realms are still calm, and there are no signs of invasion by powerful people. Xiao Mubai said. And almost at the same time Xiao Mubai finished his words. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, purple thunder entangled, and it was a familiar scene. It was not difficult for people in all worlds, and even those outside the world, to see that this was a sign that the heavenly words were about to appear. Sure enough, the Tiandao text soon appeared. From now on, the Babel Tower will open the 3rd entrance entwined with cyan thunder. This entrance will appear on the side of the other 2 entrances. All beings above the high-ranking gods can enter. If you pass any level inside, you will be able to enter. You will receive corresponding rewards. The 3rd entrance to the place is called the trial space. No matter you are a high-ranking or the most powerful person, you can enter. The rewards inside include but are not limited to the Talisman of Heaven and the realization of the 4 realms of heaven and earth at the 9th level. When this heavenly text appeared, all the worlds, and even the places outside the world, all boiled. However, Duan Lingtian and others looked at each other in confusion after reading the Tiandao text. The few of them were just talking about the disappearance of all 9 mysterious entrances. In the blink of an eye, the text of Tiandao appeared, and the Babel Tower opened the 3rd function of trial space. Moreover, can you get the Talisman of Heaven in it? And the insights into the 4 realms of heaven and earth at the 9th level? Why do I feel like Tiandao is constantly urging people to enter the Tower of Babel? After all, Shui Qingzhu is a woman and should be more careful. From the fact that Tiandao text informed this news at this time, combined with the 9 mysterious entrances that mysteriously disappeared, she also felt that something was wrong. In particular, after the Tiandao text, a line appeared again. The 3rd entrance to Babel Tower is only open for 1 month. Those who do not enter within 1 month will have to wait 1,000 years before they have the opportunity to enter again. The appearance of this line of Tiandao text completely changed the expressions of Duan Lingtian and others. In the past, there was no precedent for such closing of the other 2 entrances to the Tower of Babel. And now, the 3rd entrance is said to be closed after 1 month of opening? Will it open again after 1,000 years? Isn't this urging people above the gods to enter it? Now, those beings above the gods are probably crazy. Zhang Shan murmured. Something is not quite right. I will go to the entrance of Jade Emperor's Babel Tower and not let them in yet, wait for more than 20 days and then check the situation. After all, Xiao Mubai is the master of the anti-god realm, and he is still very concerned about the safety of the creatures in the anti-god realm at critical moments. Although he felt that it was a bit ridiculous for heaven to take action against all living beings, what happened before and after had to make him wary. I will also go back to the place outside the boundary and ask the beings above the gods in the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty not to enter the Babel Tower for the time being. Shui Qingzhu was also anxious. In addition to her Taoist companions in the Nishan realm, she also had another home outside the realm. There were many people she cared about there, and she didn't want to see anything happen to them. "I'll go with you." Seeing the anxiety of his fellow Taoist, Feng Qingyang said repeatedly and left with Xue Qingzhu. "Father, I saw the words of Tiandao. I want to enter the Tower of Babel." In the small world inside Duan Lingshan's body, his son Duan Niantian returned to the Divine Tree of Life, communicated with him through the Divine Tree of Life, and expressed his desire to enter the trial space of the Tower of Babel. As early as a few years ago, his son Duan Niantian entered the realm of high-ranking gods. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took a look inside, and it was not difficult to find that in the small world inside his body, in the area of the land of divine relics, a group of beings above the gods were regretting why they came to the land of divine relics, or why never leave the sacred place. The land of divine relics will be closed for thousands of years. Therefore, even if they saw the Tiandao text and coveted the trial space leading to the third entrance of the Babel Tower, they had no choice but to wait until the next trial space was opened before they could enter. Chapter 46-48. Originally, Duan Lingtian did not intend to pay attention to these people. However, when he finally looked at the land of divine relics, there were actually many people who had conflicts because of this. He didn't want the land of divine relics to be messed up, so he immediately separated the land of divine relics from all the gods in the Nishan realm. Plain connection: those who want to leave the land of divine relics can do so within the next month. In 1 month, the land of divine heritage will be closed for at least 1,000 years. Duan Lingshan's voice, like a loud bell, spread throughout the land of divine heritage, like a supreme creation talking to the many lives he created. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the land of divine relics suddenly boiled. Isn't it just for this moment that many of them started making trouble? They can finally leave and go to the Tower of Babel to seek their chance. Of course, these people are basically high-ranking gods. As for the most powerful people, those who stayed in the land of divine heritage were basically those who had good relations with the most powerful person from the Xia family in the land of divine heritage. They all learned about some potential risks from Duan Lingtian, but there were no planning to leave. Moreover, as the most powerful people, it is easy for them to leave. They can talk to Duan Lingtian directly. Even if it is not convenient for them to talk to Duan Lingtian, they can still find people who are convenient to talk to Duan Lingtian, such as people from the Xia family in the land of gods that is also the natal family of Duan Lingshan's wife. "Father, you let them go, why did you restrict me from going out?" Duan Niantian also wanted to enter the Tower of Babel. His goal and pursuit was his father, but with his current strength, he felt that his chances of catching up with his father were extremely slim. Now that he had the opportunity to overtake in a corner, he naturally didn't want to make a mistake. Pass the chance. Just be patient. Duan Lingtian was very pleased with his son's ambition to become stronger, but he didn't get used to it today. He beat him first and then reasoned with him. After learning about his father's concerns, Duan Niantian calmed down for a while, but he couldn't help but secretly cursed in his heart. "Can't you just tell me the reason directly? Is it necessary to beat me first?" "Humph. I have never seen my father beat up Xiling. It's too biased." Duan Lingtian didn't know what his son was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In the next period of time, Duan Lingtian paid close attention to the situation in the outside world. He also heard about the news from the Jade Emperor in Nishan Realm. Realm Lord Xiao Mubai wanted to stop people from entering at first. But it backfired. There are too many high-ranking gods. He can't keep them all, can he? He could only stop some powerful people who were ready to make a move. Of course, this is also because he knows very well that even if he stops everyone here, these people will definitely find a way to leave the Nishan Realm, go to the entrance of the Babel Tower outside the Nishan Realm, and enter the Babel Tower. The benefits promised by heaven are so attractive. Certainly. During this period of time, people also came out of the Tower of Babel one after another, all of whom had previously entered the second entrance of the Tower of Babel. There are people who go against the realm of gods, and there are also people who live outside the realm. On the side of the Nishan Realm, Duan Lingtian contacted the law clone of Huangfu Mengyuan, the senior sister of the inner palace of Wanfa Academy, and told her that the matter was suspicious. After the other party heard about it, he immediately asked me to leave the Babel Tower. out from inside coming. As for the second senior brother, the third senior brother and the fourth senior sister, they also all had their clones outside and came out one after another. Beyond the boundary, the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty also became agitated with the return of the former 7th city lord Xianxia. Although the beings in the outside world have no rules, they still leave things outside. Once someone touches those things, something urgent has happened. They will be aware of it and rush back from the outside as soon as possible. Therefore, the strongest men in the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty also came out of the Tongtian Tower one by one. Even though the newly opened third entrance of Babel Tower is very attractive, they trust Xianxia even more, because Xianxia has led the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty to achieve many benefits and glory since his rise, and has never let the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty suffer deficit. They had almost blind trust in Xianxia. On Bibo Tianfa's side, before Feng Qingyang left with Xianxia, Duan Lingtian specially said hello to him and asked him to remind Bibo Tianfu and at the same time asked Bibo Tianfu to inform Qingzhu nearby Yunxing's sect. They are all forces that have some friendship with him. At this critical moment, he decided to give a reminder. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. Next, when the beings above the gods in the 10,000 realms and the land beyond the boundary were all keen to enter the Tower of Babel, the 10,000 realms and the land beyond the realms seemed to be much calmer than before. Because there were so many fewer people, there were naturally fewer people. Less disputes. A peaceful and calm scene. Time flies. 32 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, as usual, stayed in the Nirvana heaven, one of the heavenly planes in the Nishan realm, to meditate, comprehend the way of swordsmanship, and sprint to the 9th level. Although he doesn't know what will happen next, the improvement in strength will undoubtedly bring him more protection, allowing him to protect himself and his family and friends at the same time. This is something he is still practicing hard to this day. The motivation of practicing lies. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shaking loud noise swept from the end of the horizon, making the earth tremble. A large number of buildings in the Nirvana Emperor's palace collapsed because of this. A vast and majestic force, accompanied by a loud noise from the sky, arrived as promised and swept across all directions. Right here. Found it. You Luaha, you practice the forbidden life sacrifice method, which is not tolerated by all living beings in the divine land. Today, we will lock you in your position and we will kill you. One after another, voices seemed to come from outside the sky, many of which were harsh and scolding. Along with it, there are also extremely terrifying powers. These forces were not impacting the anti-god realm, but were clearly clashing in the distance. However, the aftermath of their power still caused the space where the Nirvana sky was to be fragmented and crumbling, giving people a feeling that the mirror was about to disappear in the blink of an eye. That is, as soon as Duan Lingtian rose into the air, he saw a familiar giant tower appearing in the distance on the horizon. It was the Babel Tower. Then, the Tower of Babel suddenly exploded, turning into bright white fireworks, and countless shrill and desperate screams came out from inside, which was heart-stopping and shocking. You alone want to kill me? Ridiculous. Another disdainful voice sounded, shaking all directions. The sound was like muffled thunder, and the power that arose immediately collided with several other sudden forces, causing the Nirvana sky to be completely shattered and turned into powder in an instant. And Duan Lingtian also appeared in the turbulent space. The master, his wife, and others who were originally within his sight also disappeared behind the shattered annihilation heaven, as if they were so close to him in the blink of an eye. Not good dash. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and his expression suddenly changed. He found that the small world inside his body was strangely turbulent. The originally strong divine tree of life became dim in an instant. Most of the divine water for purifying the world in it evaporated in the blink of an eye. Its breath was sluggish, as if the Buddha's oil is exhausted and the lamp dries up. How is this going? Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely stunned. Before he had time to intervene, even before the divine tree of life and the divine water of purification had time to communicate with him, they destroyed themselves one after another, and their auras disappeared in an instant. The little world inside his body collapsed instantly. The land of divine heritage was also shattered. Chapter 46-49. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian could no longer care about the group of people in the land of divine relics, and could only care about a few relatives near the newly destroyed divine tree of life. His wives, and his parents. Other family members and friends are all in the sacred place. The power of law is destroyed. When Duan Lingtian took action, it was obvious that he could not sense the power of space law, and even the power of other laws was gone. The only means he could use were his own power, and there are 4 realms in the world. Although his strength is much weaker, he still doesn't have much pressure to protect his wife and parents. Si Ling, Nian Tian, and the others. While protecting his wife and parents, Duan Lingtian wanted to find his children and other family members and friends, but found that the vast number of creatures in the sacred land disappeared one after another into the fragmented turbulent space, and he wants the person you are looking for is also inside and cannot be noticed at all. He unfolded his consciousness and could only feel the breath disappearing into the crumbling turbulent space. Wow! Wow! As if a strange storm swept through, the turbulent space was quickly fragmented. At the same time, Duan Lingtian only felt a pulling force, shrouding him and his wife and parents who were protecting him, constantly shaking in the shattered turbulent space. Drag, vibrate. During this period, he could hear the fierce fighting sound quickly disappearing. He just came back to his senses and wanted to resist the pulling force, but found that the pulling force disappeared in the next step. When he came back to his senses, his eyes were clear, but he appeared in a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Above. The smell permeating the air is completely different from any space I have been to before. It is somewhat like what his master described, the world behind the 9 mysterious entrances to the Nishan realm and many realms. How is this going? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. Are we forcibly sent into the world behind the mysterious entrance? At the same time, in his mind, he was constantly recalling the previous sounds coming from the horizon, as well as the scene of the Babel Tower being shattered, which he would never forget. What happened? This is Duan Lingshan's doubts, and also the doubts of his wife and parents who are still by his side after Duan Lingtian protected him. Brother Tian, what happened? Kier looked at Duan Lingtian, with doubts and confusion in his eyes. He glanced around, with astonishment on his face. Just now, was I dazzled? I saw the divine tree of life broken. Sister Shui also disappeared. Also, I feel no more power of law. When Duan Lingtian was in the small world inside his body, his wife got along very well with Jingshi Xinshui, and they were treated like sisters. Huaner, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu all looked at Duan Lingtian at this time. In their eyes, this man was there and their backbone. Because of this, after this man sensed the crisis and incorporated the land of divine relics into the small world within his body, in order to prevent him from worrying too much about them, they all stayed honestly next to the divine tree of life, practicing there, and without their experiences in sacred places. Duan Lingshan's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, have always lived a life of retirement. They thought it was good to be near the divine tree of life, so they never left. But they didn't expect that it was their decision that caused the small world inside Duan Lingshan's body to be shattered, and after the turbulent space was shattered, they did not disappear from Duan Lingshan's side like the others, but were protected by Duan Lingtian in time. Come down. I don't know what happened yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Since they were safe and sound, he expected that the others were also the same. I just don't know where they were sent. Looking back now, that last pulling force was obviously the pulling force of space when the turbulent space was shattered. When that space force was completely shattered, they regained their freedom and were no longer affected. The power of law cannot be sensed. At this time, Huaner frowned slightly and said, "It's not just that I can't sense the power of the law." Duan Lingtian sighed and said, "Not long ago, I was still in the Nirvana Emperor's palace, and suddenly, there was a combined force breaking through the sky, and then there were several loud shouts. Duan Lingtian told them the situation at that time. We saw it too. Li Fei said, at that time, a person shouted something, "You Luaha, you practice the forbidden life sacrifice method, which is not tolerated by all living beings in the divine land. Today, we will lock you in your position and we will kill you. You know that you Luaha Luohi? Can you see it too?" Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He had clearly closed the small world inside his body tightly at that time, but he did not expect that the people inside also saw that scene. At that time, the Tower of Babel also appeared, and at the same time it shattered, and countless screams were heard. Feng Tianwu continued. After some exchanges with his wives, Duan Lingtian also realized that the destruction of the small world in his body was probably not the only one. The small worlds in other people's bodies were also shattered in all likelihood. Because the existence of the small world within the body has a certain connection with the power of space. After those loud shouts came and the Tower of Babel was shattered, the whole world seemed to be in chaos. Everything related to the power of the law was shattered. After the Nirvana heaven was shattered, he wandered in the turbulent space, but the turbulent space was also shattered shortly after. At that time, he discovered that the power of law seemed to have disappeared strangely. Now, in this strange world, he can't sense any power of laws here. It's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian remembered something again. I remember Master said that he went into the world behind the mysterious entrance and struck with all his strength. I didn't hear him mention that he couldn't use the power of law in that world. What's going on? Things seem to be different from what we guessed before. Then who is Yoyuo? Those people seem to be attacking him because he practiced some forbidden life sacrifice method? It also mentioned all living beings, Duan Lingtian murmured. The sound was not loud, but people around him could hear it clearly. Could it be that this is some kind of sacred land? Duan Ruffing opened his mouth and guessed. At this time, Li Ro next to him also had a worried look on her face. Si Ling and Niantian, the children, were all in the land of gods before, and the in-laws, Xuanai, Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Xiaojin. They all have a certain amount of strength, so there shouldn't be much danger for the time being. Duan Lingtian also calmed down at this time, knowing that it was useless to be impatient. The top priority was to first understand the world he was in now. Chapter 4650. Until now, Duan Lingtian is still a little confused. Have absolutely no idea what's going on. Everything was so sudden. However, he also knows that since he has come to this world, whether he wants to leave this world and return to the world or a place outside the world, or he cannot go back, he must first understand this world and see where they have come. Square. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian discovered that a familiar aura suddenly emerged from Kir's body, which was the aura of the most powerful. Kir, are you breaking through? Duan Lingtian looked at Kir with a surprised look on his face. Kir also had a confused look on his face now, looking inside at the situation inside his body, and murmured, "It seems like a breakthrough." However, this situation seems to be different from what Huaner said. Huaner is the first among Duan Lingshan's wives to step into the realm of high-ranking gods and become the most powerful. Just now, I felt the power of the superior in my body boiling, and then the technique started to work on its own, and then I broke through. There was no guidance from the most powerful state, so it was a normal breakthrough. Speaking of this, Kir thought of something and said, "By the way, some of my insights on the way of the sword flashed through my mind just now. Could it be related to Kendo?" Kir is the second among Duan Lingshan's wives to fully master the four realms of heaven and earth. Completely mastered the way of swordsmanship and reached the first level. Wow! But at this moment, another aura rose up, but it was Huaner not far away. An aura suddenly rose up on his body, and his whole temperament also changed a lot compared to before. Huaner, you also made a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Compared to Kir, Huaner's feelings were more profound. After all, she turned out to be the most powerful person. Brother Tian, I feel like I have been exposed to this world for a long time. The swordsmanship that I just broke through to the third level seems to be alive. Not in my mind interruption drill. After being accommodated again, the power in my body has also transformed from the second level of the strongest to the third level. After listening to Huaner's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei and Feng Tianwuer to confirm that there was nothing strange about them. Finally, he looked at his parents. They also had no feeling. This world had not brought them cultivation. For the improvement. It seems that it is indeed related to the way of swordsmanship. Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed and he said, "In this world, the power of laws does not exist. You cannot sense the power of laws here, let alone use it. When you get here, except for some things that you have mastered in the past, practical skills to an addition, only the 4 realms of heaven and earth can be used. Of course, the power within the body has not disappeared and is still available. Next, let's find a place nearby to stay, or see if we can meet anyone, and get to know the world first." After hearing Duan Lingshan's words, several people nodded in agreement. Next, Duan Lingtian and his family traveled in the air. After several days of traveling, they finally saw a few figures. These figures were in a hurry, obviously on their way. A few. Duan Lingtian just stepped forward to block their way and wanted to ask, but saw that the other party's expressions changed. However, after realizing that Duan Lingtian had no ill intentions, they all avoided him and continued moving forward. Before Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, he saw another group of people coming from the distance, seemingly chasing something. But he was chasing after a few people who just passed by. Duan Lingtian frowned, but he didn't intend to catch up. There was obviously a grudge between the two groups. Before he understood the world, he didn't plan to get involved to avoid catastrophic disaster. However, the strength of these two groups is only average. The strongest one is comparable to the mid-level god. Of course, what we are talking about here is the power they control, which is comparable to the power of a mid-level god. Because the power of law does not exist in this world, and these people obviously do not master the 4 ways of heaven and earth, so their strength is definitely inferior to that of the intermediate gods from all realms, and even the places outside the realm, and they may not even be able to defeat the lower gods. Respect. Since we can see people here, I think there is a gathering place for humans nearby. Duan Lingtian returned to his family and continued moving forward with them. Really? 3 days later, Duan Lingtian and his party finally saw a city. The city was neither big nor small. It was adjacent to a continuous mountain range. There were many people going in and out, and it was quite lively. Duan Lingtian and his party approached. Except for Huaner, who habitually wore a veil, the other 3 women, as well as Li Ro, attracted a lot of people's attention, but it was just a quick glance, because in this world no shortage beauty. In their world, many women who were originally average-looking can change their appearance through some secret cultivation methods, and look like whatever they want. Only the breath of the soul remains unchanged. Duan Lingtian had also discovered a long time ago that after coming to this world, the soul aura will overflow involuntarily, allowing people to sense it from a distance and confirm the identity of the other person. The language of this place. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that the language of this place was the same as the lingua franca of the 10,000 realms and the land beyond the boundary. If it weren't for the fact that there was no power of law here and the breath of the soul magically overflowed, he would have thought that he had returned. Arrive the world or the place beyond the bounds. After walking around the small town and confirming that the trading currencies of this world were divine stones and divine crystals, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. He had no shortage of these things. However, he soon discovered, his Neji space disappeared. He naturally knew what this meant. It meant that all the things he had stored in the Neji were gone. Normally, this is a situation that occurs after the Neji self-destructs. Helpless. Duan Lingtian sighed secretly, and in the end he could only take the huge divine crystal necklace worn around his wife Li Fei's neck, remove the divine crystal from it, and prepare to exchange it for the divine stone in the small town for daily consumption. The reason why Li Fei wears this divine crystal is because the size of ordinary divine crystals is standard, and it is difficult to condense such a large piece. It is considered a rarity. Duan Lingtian knew that she likes shiny things, so he gave it to her. She of She made a necklace and wore it with her, so that she did not disappear with the disappearance of the ring space. Now, they and their group can be said to be penniless. The weapons also disappeared with the disappearance of the Neji space. Such a big divine crystal. Duan Lingtian found a luxuriously decorated shop called Jinbao Pavilion, a few floors up, went to the shopkeeper, took out the divine crystal, and asked the other party how many divine stones he could exchange for it. Although he has inquired about the ratio of divine crystals to divine stones, that is only the ratio of ordinary divine crystals. His divine crystal is extraordinary. Call out. Call out. Call out. In order not to be deceived by the shopkeeper, Duan Lingtian deliberately displayed the 8th level of swordsmanship. The invisible sword energy surrounded him and disappeared after a moment. But even so, the treasure master of Jinbao Pavilion was still shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, "A powerful person who has entered the Tao?" Chapter 46-51. A powerful person who has entered the Tao. This is the first time Duan Lingtian has heard such a title. It should be the name given to the beings who have mastered the 4 realms of heaven and earth in this world. Next, the attitude of the shopkeeper of Jinbao Pavilion not only became much more humble, but also gave Duan Lingtian a very high exchange ratio. He even asked Duan Lingtian afterwards if there was anything he needed to help him with, as long as he could do whatever he could never refuse. The look he looked at Duan Lingtian was also full of awe, as if the powerful person who entered the Tao was some great big shot in his eyes. I really want to ask the shopkeeper something. Seeing that the store was not busy, Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper some questions and soon learned some things from the shopkeeper. This world is called Divine Land. Where he is now is in the Chuzhou, in the Divine Land. This is a relatively remote city in Chuzhou, called Ansheng. There are 2 gangs, that is, 1 gang and 2 families. Jinbao Pavilion is one of them. Of a family industry. However, when he knew the cultivation realm of these 3 strongest cultivators, he didn't care at all. The strongest one has not yet entered the Tao. This is why the shopkeeper was shocked that he was a Taoist practitioner. I really didn't expect. In this world of gods and earth, the so-called Tao is not just 4 kinds of Tao, and there is no such thing as the Tao of weapons. Any kind of Tao of weapons is an independent Tao. After Duan Lingtian took his family to find an inn to stay, he sat around the yard with his wives and listened to Kir sighing. Now, after understanding this world, Kir is not as worried about the safety of his daughter Xiling and son Niantian. In this world, their strength is considered to be good, second only to Taoist practitioners. Yes. In the past, in our world, there were only 4 ways of heaven and earth, but in this world, there are 10,000 ways. Duan Lingtian nodded. The way of weapons, among the 10,000 ways, is only a combination of the way of hundreds of weapons. In this world, not only cannot the laws be sensed, but even the people here do not know the existence of the power of the laws. As for the law clone, I don't even know. Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper of Jinbao Pavilion if he knew a person named Yu Luaha, but the shopkeeper didn't know. As for the way of living sacrifice, the other party also said that he had never heard of it, and frankly said that he was just a member of the lower class of the gods. Because of his business talent, he was valued by the family behind him. Otherwise, he could only serve tea and do some chores. I plan to visit the 3 major forces in Ansheng tomorrow. I think the strongest of those forces should know more. Duan Lingtian said his plan: you just stay at the inn and take care of the safety of your father and mother. The 4 girls nodded in unison. Originally, this world was unfamiliar to them and they still had a sense of crisis. Now that they have a preliminary understanding of this world, they finally feel a little more relaxed. Only, what Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that before the next day, in the evening, someone came to his door and claimed to be the head of the Yen family in Ansheng. I'll go out and meet him. He was surrounded by women, and Duan Lingtian had no intention of greeting him in the guest room courtyard and going out to meet him. When he met the head of the Yen family, Duan Lingtian knew why he came to the door, because the person standing behind him was the shopkeeper who entertained him in Jinbao Pavilion today. Although this shopkeeper is from the bottom of the Divine Land, he still has some strength. Although he has not reached the level of the gods of the 10,000 worlds and outer worlds, he still has the cultivation level of an immortal. It should be because the spiritual energy of the divine land and the heaven and earth is abundant. Reason the aura of heaven and earth in this world is comparable to that of all realms, and the places outside the realm where the aura of heaven and earth are most abundant are no less generous. Sir, we meet again. The shopkeeper saluted Duan Lingtian respectfully. The middle-aged man standing in front of him also stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes, respectfully raised his hands and said, Jianghu, the head of the Yan family in Ansheng, has met your lord. Jianghu is here to offer a treasure to you, sir. After finishing his words, Jianghu took out something and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian reached out and took it. After touching it for a while, he almost lost his temper and smiled, because this thing was a sword-shaped jade pendant, which contained a ray of swordsmanship that ordinary people could not detect, but Qi Peng could easily integrate his consciousness into it. This ray of swordsmanship is only left behind by the first level of swordsmanship. For those who have not yet understood the swordsmanship, it can serve as an introduction to the swordsmanship, or it can be used to understand the swordsmanship. Of course, it is unlikely to completely master the first level of swordsmanship. At best, you can master the rudimentary form of swordsmanship. This thing is of no use to me. Duan Lingtian casually returned it to Jianghu. This thing was not only useless to him, but also of no use to his family members who had not yet entered the Tao. Even if he casually showed it to his family members for enlightenment, the swordsmanship is far greater than what is contained in this thing. The swordsmanship is rough and strong. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jianghu was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils shrank. Then, he asked in a trembling voice, My lord, are you a monk who has mastered the second-level swordsmanship? Only monks who have mastered the second level of swordsmanship and above will have no interest in what he sends out. Just take it as such. Duan Lingtian didn't intend to reveal too much, so he smiled lightly and returned the things to Jianghu. After Jianghu took back the things with trembling hands, he took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian. Sir, I don't know, can you help me and do the Yan family a favor? Afterwards, my Yan family will definitely be richly rewarded. After he finished speaking, Jianghu actually gave back the divine crystal that Duan Lingtian had sent to the treasure pavilion today to exchange for the divine stone. The divine stones you exchanged for today, sir, should be regarded as the meeting gift that I, Jianghu, gave you. Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take back the divine crystal. Instead, he smiled lightly and asked, What do you want me to do for you? If it's just a small favor, it doesn't hurt to help. This man is the head of the Yan family, and he wants to know a lot of things. Do him a favor and get some benefits in terms of divine stones and divine crystals, and you can also ask him some more things he desperately wants to know. Of course, if it's a big favor or something too troublesome, he has no interest in helping the other party. As for what he wants and what he wants to know, he can definitely find someone else. Sir, this is what happened. As Jianghu spoke, Duan Lingtian also knew the whole story. It turned out that it was all caused by the sword-shaped jade pendant in Jianghu's hand. The other two forces in Ansheng knew about it, and they all want to get a piece of the pie, otherwise we need to join forces to deal with the Yan family's posture. Originally, Jianghu planned to give the things to Duan Lingtian, and then asked Duan Lingtian to issue a statement to make the two families retreat. Otherwise, even if Jianghu said that he gave away or lost the things, the two families would not believe him and would still cause trouble. Now, Duan Lingtian is not interested in the sword-shaped jade pendant. He still wants Duan Lingtian to tell the outside world that the thing is in his hands and scare away the other two forces in Ansheng. That's it? Duan Lingtian smiled calmly. If this is the case, you can let the news out. In addition, if those two families want to collide with me, they can have their strongest people come together. I'm waiting for you. To him, this is really just a small thing among small things, not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, he casually took the divine crystal that Jianghu handed over and was still hanging in the air, preparing to return it to his wife Li Fei and continue to use it as a necklace pendant for her. Chapter 46-52. After seeing Jianghu off, Duan Lingtian turned back to the guest room courtyard and returned the divine crystal to Li Fei. Brother Tian, this is. Li Fei was a little surprised at the lost and recovered divine crystal. Duan Ling Tian smiled and told the story, and then she suddenly realized that Ganqing was the family behind the Jinbao Pavilion, and they wanted her men to take advantage of them, to show off their power. The other side. After Jianghu returned, he spread the news and also told which inn and which guest room and courtyard Duan Ling Tian stayed in. The other family and gang in Anqing quickly received the news. That Kendo jade pendant was given away by Jianghu? And, was it given to a strong Daoist? Is it true? You even told the other party's location? Is this intended for us to confirm? It was related to the jade pendant of Kendo, which was the key to entering the Dao. The head of the family and the gang leader of the two families soon went to the inn to visit the strong man who had entered the Dao, which was Duan Ling Tian. After confirming that Duan Ling Tian was a powerful Taoist, they retreated even though they felt unwilling to do so. Are we too radical? If we were more tactful, we wouldn't have forced the Yen family to take this step. After the two of them left the inn, they couldn't help but smile and shake their heads. They never expected that the Yen family would take such a step in order to prevent them from sharing the Kendo jade pendant. It was simply harming others and not benefiting themselves. On Duan Lingshan's side, after dealing with the two of them, the news soon became known to Jianghu. Jianghu also hurriedly took several elders from his family to visit Duan Ling Tian. One is to express gratitude, and the other is to clarify Duan Lingshan's doubts. Before he left last time, Duan Ling Tian told him that he hoped he could bring a few knowledgeable people from his family to help him solve some of his confusion, so the few old people he brought this time may not be the strongest but he is definitely the most knowledgeable. One of them even left Anqing and Chuzhou, and narrowly escaped death before returning. After all, there are still certain risks when walking outside without being a strong person. Grown-ups. Jianghu brought people to see Duan Ling Tian. After thanking him, he briefly introduced the elderly people he brought, and then asked Duan Ling Tian to ask questions. Before that, I was also given a ring. It is indeed Neji, and its name is the same as the name of the place where Duan Ling Tian was previously in the world, but the space in this Neji is different from the space in the world and the world outside the world. The latter relies more on the laws of space, and this is satisfied the key lies in the material. However, deep in the material, there is also a faint power of space. This is also the first time Duan Ling Tian has felt the power of space in this world. Certainly. The ring here has no self-destruction function. Although it recognizes the owner, if the person dies, others can get the contents of the ring if they get it. This is similar to the secular Neji of the world, except that the material of this Neji is more advanced. After asking Jianghu and learning that the value of the Neji was not high, Duan Ling Tian asked him to arrange a few and prepare one for each of his family members. When they came to this world, all the space inside their Neji disappeared. Neji is useless. Jianghu was actually quite puzzled at first as Duan Ling Tian and his group didn't even receive a precept, and even lacked a divine stone. It stands to reason that a strong person cannot lack these things. It wasn't until Duan Ling Tian told his origin that Jianghu suddenly realized it. The reason why he told his story without any reservation was because Duan Ling Tian felt that he could control the people in front of him, and he would leave the place soon afterwards without worrying about any danger against them. Moreover, even if you tell your origin, there may not be any danger. If you have this intention, you are just being cautious. Sir, if my guess is correct, you should come from the world created by the creation life chart, and the way of life sacrifice you mentioned. Judging from the legends I heard outside, it doesn't sound right. Match. The old man who walked out of Chuzhou in Jianghu's mouth, after pondering for a moment, spoke loudly and told some legends he had heard outside in the past. Creation chart? A created world? Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingshan's originally confused and dim mind seemed to be instantly illuminated by a light from the sky. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "Senior, please elaborate." "Sir, you are a powerful person in Taoism. I don't dare to call you senior." The old man was a little frightened, but he didn't dare to neglect, and told Duan Ling Tian one by one the legends he heard back then. In the past of the world of gods and earth, it is said that someone once used the creation chart to create a brand new world, and even captured people to enter it, allowing them to reproduce in it. In fact, the person who controls the creation chart can control everything in that new world, including time. It is said that in the world created with the creation life chart, the owner of the creation life chart can set many rules, and among them are the laws of elements, which are also the fundamental support for the operation of the creation life chart. When Duan Lingtian heard about the law of elements, his heart was shaken. Isn't that the various laws he has mastered before? Whether it is space, time, or life, the 5 elements are all one type of elements in the world. The strong person who refined the creation life chart, after opening up a new world in it, is said to have shared this with her husband. Later, she was killed by her husband, who used the creation life chart, follow the path of life sacrifice, and will the creatures in the creation chart world serve as tools for him to become stronger. He destroys the world inside at every turn, fattens and kills the creatures inside. Later, when word spread about the incident, he was besieged and ganged up to kill. The person who killed him is lucky. Fortunately, he hasn't gone any further. Otherwise, it would be harder to kill him than to reach the sky. After that, the creation life chart became known to many people, and was regarded as a taboo by the 5 strong men who joined forces to kill the master of the creation life chart. They divided one into 5 and each kept a part of it. The way of life sacrifice practiced by the Lord of the Creation and Life chart is also listed as a taboo way. Those who practice this way will be punished by the people of the divine land. As the old man continued to speak, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel waves of turmoil in his heart. He never expected that the truth would be like this. The world he was originally in, and even the places outside the world, were actually just the new world opened up by a creation chart in the world of gods and earth. Although what the old man said was just a legend, Duan Lingtian has basically confirmed that this is what actually happened. If he guessed correctly. Later, a strong man named Yu Luaha would either collect the creation life chart again, or he would refine a second creation life chart himself and open up thousands of new creation lives. Boundary, a place outside the boundary, where they are kept like pigs creatures for your own cultivation. Because, according to what the strong man who entered their world said, what Yu Luaha practiced was the way of life sacrifice. Before the separation of history, the reason why the world was suddenly destroyed was because. Then Yuluo swallowed up all the creatures in the new world created in the creation chart at that time and used them for cultivation. The Yuluo River is actually the way of heaven in the eyes of all the worlds and creatures outside the world. But if the Yuluo River can initiate the destruction of the world and devour all living things as it did before the historical separation, why can't it do the same in our era? At last. It seems like they only killed the creatures in the Tower of Babel. Duan Lingtian still feels horrified when he thinks of the scene of the Tower of Babel collapsing and the shrill screams he saw before the Nirvana heaven was destroyed. Why does he, in our era, want to restrict the birth of the most powerful seventh-order existence? Why were there not those 9 mysterious entrances to the world of gods and earth before the separation of history? Now, Duan Lingtian can basically confirm that whether it is the counter-god world or the 9 mysterious entrances in other realms of the world behind them, 9 times out of 10, it is the divine earth world where he is now. Chapter 46-53. However, Duan Lingtian also had a lot of confusion in his heart. For example, before the separation of history, in the era when Old Man Wukong existed, why was there no mysterious entrance to the world of gods and earth, and why was the way of heaven in that era capable of destroying the world? However, in his era after the separation of history, the way of heaven was not destroyed. World? What is the purpose of restricting the birth of the most powerful 7th-level existence? In the later period, after he and his master broke through one after another, why did they not only no longer have restrictions, but also hope to have more powerful 7th-level beings? Why did the 9 mysterious entrances disappear one after another? As for the appearance of the 3rd entrance to the Tower of Babel after the 9 mysterious entrances disappeared, he now guessed the reason. It was that Yuluo wanted to pass through the Tower of Babel and kill the creatures who entered, and 9 out of 10 of them used him. Let's practice and improve our strength. Before the heaven of Nirvana collapsed and the turbulent space collapsed, he witnessed the destruction of the Tower of Babel with his own eyes, and countless shrill and horrifying screams. Master Yen, thank you. After digging out some things that the old man of the Yen family knew, Duan Lingtian thanked Yen Hu. But Yen Hu smiled and shook his head. Sir, you don't need to thank me. What I helped you is far less than what you helped me. What he said was true. As the other party helped him protect the sword-shaped jade pendant that contained the knowledge of the sword, the Yen family might be able to use the sword-shaped jade pendant to give birth to a strong man who has entered the Tao. By then, their Yen family will really be the only one in an city. This is a great thing for the descendants of Fuyin. After being sent to the Yen family, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard of the guest room and told his wives what he had learned. The women were also shocked and amazed. I really didn't expect that there is such a magical thing as the creation chart in the world. It can actually create a new world. So, the worlds we were in before, and even the places outside the world, are the worlds in the creation chart? And our earliest ancestors were also the masters of the creation chart, sent in from the world of gods and earth. No wonder I can't sense the power of any laws here. It turns out that the laws of elements can only exist in the creation world. The next day, Duan Lingtian told his parents about the incident, which made them equally horrified. No one expected that the world they lived in the past, whether it was the plane of gods, the plane of heavens, or the secular plane, were all superpowers in the world of gods and earth. Through that shocking creation horoscope, a new world opened up. Father, Mother, I plan to take you to the capital of Chuzhou next. Duan Lingtian said, Zhoucheng is the most prosperous place in Chuzhou. If Niantian and Xiling are also involved in Chuzhou after being expelled from the small world in my body, they may go there. I decided to stay there for a while and see if I could meet them there. He had it all figured out. When you arrive in Chuzhou City, you should first find a place to stay. It is best to go out with a little reputation. In this way, once his family members and friends who are separated from him hear news about him in Chuzhou, they will definitely come to Zhoucheng to look for him. If he is famous enough, even if he is not in Chuzhou, he may still hear his name. As Duan Lingtian expressed these thoughts, Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and his wife's eyes lit up. This method is feasible. Yes. In this way, I might be able to find my good grandson and granddaughter soon. Li Ro is really worried about her grandson and granddaughter, so she hasn't had a good rest recently. After staying in Anqing for another day, Duan Lingtian took a map and left Anqing with his family for the capital city of Chuzhou. In order to speed up, he personally led everyone on the way. However, even so, it still took nearly 10 days to reach the city, which shows how big Chuzhou is. Of course, this is also because every night Duan Lingtian would find a nearby city to stay and only travel during the day. If we had to travel day and night, it would only take a few days at most. This is also because the law of elements does not exist in the world of gods and earth. Otherwise, with the speed that Duan Lingtian can show in the world and outside the world, he can take his family from Anqing to Zhoucheng in a day or two at most. Zhoucheng is the core city of Chuzhou, so its vast area, majestic city walls, wide streets inside, and the number of passers-by are all beyond the capabilities of the small Anqing. But even so, Duan Lingtian and others were not very surprised. Just because, in the past, when they were in Wanjie and beyond, they had seen cities that were bigger, more magnificent, and more lively than Chuzhou City. Find an inn to stay first, and then ask for news. Duan Lingtian spoke, and then took his family to one of the best inns in the city and checked in. Then, Duan Lingtian walked out of the inn alone to inquire about the news. The information he wanted to inquire about was how many of the strongest forces there were in this city, and what level the strongest practitioners among these forces were. When he was still in Anqing, he knew the divisions of cultivation realms in this world of gods and earth. For example, he now belongs to the 8th level of the Tao. Entering the 8th level of the Tao, only by comprehending one of the 10,000 ways to the 8th level can you successfully enter. The strong men at this level in the world of gods and earth are definitely not as good as the strongest 8th level strongmen in the past 10,000 realms and the land beyond the boundary. Even against the strongest 7th level beings, they are probably at most slightly better. Just because the existence of 10,000 realms and the land outside the boundary can use the laws of elements. The person who is recognized as the most powerful person in Chuzhou is also a person who has entered the 6th level of Taoism. After learning the news, Duan Lingtian knew that his plan was complete. As long as he defeats the most powerful man in Chuzhou, then he will be the most powerful man in Chuzhou. By then, his name will also be famous everywhere. As long as his family and friends are living in Chuzhou area, everybody can hear about him the presence. By then, he will be able to reunite with his family and friends. I want to see the methods of the cultivators in this world of gods and earth. After confirming the sect where the most powerful man in Chuzhou was and the location of that sect, Duan Lingtian returned to the inn and said hello to his family. Then he left the state city and went to the sect called Shuiyun sect. Shuiyun sect is located 100 miles east of Chuzhou city. Its headquarters is hidden in the mountains, like a paradise. Of course, in Duan Lingtian's view, the Shuiyun sect station was very shabby compared to the top sects he had come into contact with in the 10,000 realms and beyond the boundaries. Therefore, after he came here, he didn't even pay much attention to it. Interested? No. Standing directly outside the Shuiyun sect's mountain gate, with his hands behind his back, he stood in the air and spoke loudly. Rural casual cultivator Duan Lingtian is here to visit Shuiyun sect. He wants to challenge Shuiyun sect's Tingyan Jusher to compete for the title of the most powerful person in Chuzhou. The sound of his opening was like thunder, spreading throughout the Shuiyun sect. Especially the Shuiyun sect disciples in front of the Shuiyun sect's mountain gate were immediately frightened. It's not like they have never seen the elder who came to challenge their Shuiyun sect, but they have never seen him so arrogant and direct. Come directly to the mountain gate and start the challenge. Shouldn't we pay a false visit first, and then mention the challenge in a tactful way?